Howdy, howdy, howdy. How is everybody doing on this very fine Thursday? I hope today finds you well. I hope the winter storm hasn't been too hard on anybody out there. I know it's been harsher in some parts of the country. The country. The only country, because obviously America is the center of the entire solar system. No, but really, it's been hitting the States, so I hope that, I hope everybody is safe out there. I hope everybody is warm. I hope there hasn't been any significant damage. We seem to have gotten off pretty lightly. It's cold, and it's gonna be cold. But, no major damage to the property, despite quite a lot of wind. And, not even really that much snow, but because of the wind, we wind up with, like you're walking across the property. It's like, here's 1 inch deep snow, and here's a 1.5 inch deep snow the very next step, and you never know. You never know what you're going to wind up with. The Cookie Mama. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How we doing? How we doing? Let's check out chat. Let's see what we got going on. Mr. Squarepeg is first. Seems to be a title that Mr. Squarepeg covets quite a lot. Has it more often than not. There, of course, is to square. I have a little Zeus. I have a little Zeus from you right here, and he's adorable. He's going to be the subject of some videos we're going to be working on here in the near future. Xander Shade, it is good to see you. Looks like you got that this just in dialed in for another storm report picture. There's Project Dark Fox. You lurk away, Pity. It's good to see you. GM Kaylee, and a hello to you as well. Oh, let's see. Bulldozer BM2, good evening to you as well. Unexpected Painting, America, indeed. Could we get a shout out, pretty please, for Unexpected Painting, a truly prolific and talented oil painter, mostly of like busts and large statues, but I'll be damned if it doesn't all kind of roll over. Hang on, let me check the bot. Stupid bot. It was literally connected this morning. My token expired like an hour ago. What a load of shit. Ah, fuck. Okay. I gotta log in to fix it. Hang on a minute. It's such a pain in the ass. Hold on, I'll get it back up. I don't have easy access to a fucking keyboard on this side of the room. Maybe because this is my painting desk. Maybe that's the reason. One second, we're getting there. Oh my god, I fucking hate you. I hate you so much. You won't even let me just copy paste like a normal fucking window does. Authorize. Connect. Shablamo. It should be connected now. Give it just a minute. And the bot command should be working. Best streamer. You know why? Rhino, you know why I'm the best streamer? Because I show you the process, baby. I let you get down in there, into the fucking trenches, into the nitty gritty. I let you really just open up that iris into the land of Twitch and really just kind of get all the way in to where the business really happens, baby. That was an anus. That's the joke. That's the whole thing. I figured I should get that one, yeah, right, just kind of out of the way right in the beginning of the stream, just so anybody knows, if you're new here, that's about the quality of humor you can expect for the rest of the night. One sexy beefcake mini. Ooh. How you doing, by the way, Dr. Rhino? Did we get a shout out? Could we pretty please get a shout out for the very talented Dr. Rhino? We're short a beard drate. We'll make sure we get to that after I finish my coffee there, Rhino. No, all the Thunder Mugs are dirty. I know, I use the Thunder Mugs every single time. They were all dirty, so I just grabbed one of my other favorite mugs, which is from Death Wish Coffee. It's a magical day. I just rewatched that last night. I rewatched Fateful Findings. Wondering if it held up under a second viewing, because I think it's almost impossible to be sure without trying it. It does. It does. It absolutely does. Fateful Findings was just as magical on a second viewing. It's a magical day. I'm glad people seem to have enjoyed our Neil Breen movie night, because we're going to do it again. We're going to watch... We have 2 other Neil Breen movies we can watch. We have Pass Through, and we have Twisted Pair. They're all very different movies. Like, they're all very much the same, but also weirdly different. By the way, Bulldozer, I see you there with that Tier 1 sub. Thank you so much for your resubscription, man. I really appreciate your support. The world to square, like, gestures broadly, I guess would be the answer to that. Woman who ran over the dude in the Rolls Royce ever found the rest of her skirt. Dr. Rhino, that's literally never brought up again in the entire movie. Like, I know you saw that part of the movie and you were like, ah ha ha, this is funny, I wonder where this is going, and then you left. They never addressed that ever again in the movie. We don't find out who that woman was. We don't find out who her driver was. We don't find out why it was in a Rolls Royce. We don't find out why she was dressed like a stripper. We don't find out anything. It just is never mentioned again. It was so focused on, and then it's just out of the movie, just gone. Poof, no more. It is, Neil Breen is a very frustrating filmmaker. We'll get there, Merlin. We'll get there. I drink my coffee, and then I go and I get some beer and some water, and then we continue the coffee. Make sure that I can go throughout the stream. Wait until Wednesday so I can just watch all of Book of Boba Fett in one sitting. Have muted the ready in case it comes up in conversation tonight. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Heretic's got no spoilers for Book of Boba Fett. I know that a lot of people probably want to complain about it. I know I do. I have complaints that are also compliments for it, but I'll be very interested to see where the finale of the season goes. Please lurk away, Project Dark Fox, and thank you so much for being here. Neil clearly just wanted to sneak in some of his fetish bits into the movie. Yeah, no, like, you need to watch the rest of the movie, Dr. Rhino. There's one actress who I think is clearly in the movie just for... Like, I want to say that this one actress is just in the movie because of her cup size and how featured they are, but she's also one of the better actresses in the movie, while also being terrible. Like, the analysis of Neil Breen films is a confounding process. Because you look at it and you'll think, oh, this is why he did this thing. I can see through his process. But I promise you, you can't. It's so much fucking weirder than that when you really start to analyze it. Dr. Rhino, if you ever want to sit down for a We Two Dudes and analyze a Neil Breen movie, I will slog through that trench with you, my friend. We will Andy Dufresne this motherfucker. We will crawl into the shit pipe and work our way to freedom. It'll be ugly, but we'll do it. Oh, Hamburg, thank you for the reminder. Getting my GW sold, not only have a few $100s, but also got 2k points of Dweghom, about 800 points of 100 Kingdoms Dinomat. That's fucking awesome, dude. Dude, I love Conquest. It's a great game. It's a great game. Dweghom are an interesting faction, too. I know the 100 Kingdoms underwhelm a lot of people, just because they're kind of like generic, not even really fantasy, more historical humans, but they're also one of my favorites for that very same reason. Imagine Tommy Wiseau and Neil Breen team up to give us a theatrical masterpiece. Here's the thing, Pyre, like, that's a fun, like, oh, what if they did a movie together? It would be so bad. I don't think that either one of them would be capable of sharing creativity like that. Like, part of what makes both Neil Breen and Tommy Wiseau special is that they are egomaniacs in the extreme. Each of their respective humorous bad films is an exercise in egotism. And I don't think they'd be capable of working together with that in mind. It's an interesting idea, though. Ponburn subscribing at tier fucking 3, blowing my mind. 24 months, hitting that 2-year mark. Ponburn, oh my god, dude. Oh my god, thank you so much. Ponburn, really, thank you so. Like, you guys with your subs. And here we've got Sumatha hitting the 22 month. Another month has passed. Also, hello. Honestly, you guys, I sometimes get self-conscious that I don't have like more to offer you immediately for your subscriptions. All I really have to offer you is the content of this stream and my thanks. But you know, your subscriptions, your donations, even just you following, even just you being here is the reason that this stream can continue to exist, can continue to claw time out of other shit I should probably be doing. But, you know, I really do need to thank you for justifying it for me, because this gives me time to sit down at my paint desk and actually get projects done. So, seriously, thank you guys for your support. It'll need to be exceptionally bad for me to not enjoy it. Boba's kind of my man crush. I'll be interested to hear what you think, Heretic Scott, because arguably the least significant character in the Book of Boba Fett is Boba Fett. Arguably the most maligned character in the Book of Boba Fett is Boba Fett. Other characters do fine, and he's just like, I guess he's here. Okay. You may disagree, so I'll be genuinely interested to hear what you have to say about it after you've had a chance to sit down and watch it. That was the last time we saw them in Shawshank. You're not wrong, Merlin. You're not wrong. Yeah, DFW Dweghom might be a little biased. Maybe a little bias on there. I don't know if you can tell. Do I cycle relatively evenly between games that I paint for, or do you just paint what has your interest at any given time? I try to cycle through a few things at a time, Kaylee, but there will be a focus on what I'm trying to accomplish and what I'm playing at any given time. That cycles pretty regularly, though, so it tends to be kind of a smorgasbord. Romeo Void, welcome in. Good to see you. Well, it's an interesting question, Sumatha. Hang on, I gotta catch up on chat here. I'm winded up behind. Oh my god. I thought I saw one sub coming in, and this maniac. Or watching an interview with Wiseau talking about The Room. I honestly thought it was a parody. Yeah, Wiseau is an idiot. Wiseau is an egomaniacal moron who has a lot of money, and The Room is like watching money burn on screen. It's kind of amazing in that way. Oh, talking your way through working with oils is convincing me to start with oils on my next project. Bulldozer, any help I can be. Any help I can be at all. Oh, Coral, it is good to see you. DFW Dweghom dropping those 5 gift subs, hitting green. Fairy Studios Heretics got Bitter Brush. Ooh, where's Bitter Brush at? Somebody get Bitter Brush in here. I like that guy. Small Scale Obsession and Val Farah. Oh my Dweghom, thank you, dude. Really, seriously, thank you guys so much for your support. Hey, don't get me wrong. I love some money coming in from Twitch, which again helps me to justify. Like I want you guys to know this. Like, the money that comes in specifically from Twitch goes right into an account that I have specifically. It goes into my Thunderhead Studio business account and goes into expenses that are spent pretty much exclusively on the stream and on 3D modeling. The fact that it's been enough for me to separate that out for tax purposes, I mean, like, you know, you have to do that for Twitch anyway, but the fact that it's been worthwhile is like, I look at that and I'm like, wow, this is kind of fucking awesome. You guys are absolutely the best. And as long as you keep supporting the stream, I'm gonna keep going. I'll probably do it even if you don't. You know what? Stop subscribing. I dare you. I'll keep streaming. You fucking watch me. How did I get here? How did I wind? I'm not sure exactly how I got onto this subject. Please give me money. No. God, no. All the unsubs come rolling in. No, really, though, Dweghom, thank you so much, dude. Absolutely means the world. I ramble sometimes when I'm talking about it, just because I'm like, what do I say? What words are there to thank people properly for generosity, and not just for subscriptions, but for being a part of this community, for enriching, I know, my life. I assume several other artists who are part of the community are enriched by all of the work that we do together, and I just like, you know what? How do you put a price tag on that? I don't know how. I feel very, very lucky to be a part of all this. Oh my god. Pawn Burn, thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you for the 100 biddies, baby. And another 5 coming from Sanders Shade. Holy shit! OG oldie Mr. Square Peg, Squeezle, one of my favorite names. Hellas, Vixen, and Furion 5. Furion 5! I like that name. But then I like the Chronicles of Riddick. It's a cool movie. It's a dumb movie. It's incredibly stupid, and yet I love it. It's so much fun. Sometimes, Sumitha. Sometimes. Yeah, Dr. Rhino's all about this stuff. Dr. Rhino only streams for the money. It's like, you know, you never ever see Dr. Rhino doing like charity streams or sponsoring anyone, or he's so avaricious. Just to clarify the joke for anybody who might not be in Dr. Rhino's stream regularly, that dude gives the charity all the fucking time. All the fucking time! Oh, Coral dropping 100 biddies, Merlin Models dropping 100 biddies, y'all! You'll make a grown man blush. I'm here for the Battletech. You're likely to actually get some here in the near future, Okoro. We're going to be working on, not tonight, but I got one of these new Zeus from to Squared that we're going to be working on.
But your camera is not.
I just ignore that when it comes from you at this point, Okoro. I just ignore it. What the Zeusai. Yeah, I'll roll with that. I'll roll with that, Kaylee. Oh my god. Holy shit, Hamburg. 5 more? 5 more going to Beaky, Gimishkar, Techno Sugar Creations. One of my favorite people, honestly. The Happy Heretic and No Fox 2 Give. Holy shit. Get him! Get him! That'll show that streamer. Oh my god. I honestly, like, I don't... After that night, Data Nerd, after the night that we got the money for the camera that we now use, which I only recently learned, what in the flying fuck just happened? What... Did your finger slip a little bit there? Dwegham? Oh my god. 20 gift subs. What was... Oh, whoa, hold on. Oh, well, no, hold on. Now we're gonna need to clarify something there, Dwegham. We can't... I can't go trading things for subs. This is my out, you see. This is my out from having to say that. I'm gonna claim that it's against TOS for me to actually then give you anything in return for your subscription outside of the stream itself. So I would love to. Dwegham, I would love to say that the Dwegham... If I say this, people are going to clip it. If I say this, people are going to clip it and take it out of context and pretend like I just said it. I would love to imply or explicitly state that the Dwegham faction in Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings, is perhaps a better faction than they actually are. But for me to do that would be a violation of my ethics as a streamer, and I take that very seriously. I'm an incredibly professional person, just in general, you know. And I would hate to lead anyone astray. But also, Dwegham, oh my god, dude, 20 fucking gift subs. Oh my god. Shh, shut up, Dr. Ryder. They don't know that, dude. But I am perpetuating an illusion here, and that's part of what these subs are for. It is for maintaining the illusion of the stream. And you're shattering it. Absolutely shattering it. Good god. Sub again. Holy crap. Dwegham, seriously, dude. Like, this is like... I wind up in this situation, and I'm like, I don't have the words. Fuck it. Dwegham are the best Conquest faction. That's it. That's it. I compromised. I compromised my ethics. It's over. I'm done. I don't know. I don't know, like, it, yeah. Level 5 hype train coming into the station. Holy shit, you guys. I guess I have no excuse but to continue making improvements on the stream at this point. Oh, God. Roland finally got your... It's still going. It's... Oh, okay. You know what? No. We'll fix that. We'll fix that for you, Dwegcom. All right, more upbeat. Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather. Okay. You ready? We ready? Hey guys, it's Thunderhead Studio. How you doing out there? I'm just coming to you on Twitch Live to let you know that Dweghom are the best faction in Conquest: The Last Argument of Kings. Was that, Was that roughly conforming to your expectations, Dweghom? Fucking yeah. Okay. I feel like I accepted that before I did it. Like, I knew it was gonna happen, and, here we are. My defeat was delicious. It's still fucking going. It's... Oh, my God. We'll get there, Merlin models. Hold your horses. We'll get there, buddy. We'll get there. Don't you worry. You just hold on to your channel points for just a second. I'm almost done with my coffee. We're gonna do some painting. I'm gonna redo the OSL on Vader tonight. I found an example of it that I like better than what I was doing on his helmet, so we're gonna try to emulate that. Democracy is at stake. Just start painting. No one will sub or give you bits that way. Yeah, we're just gonna stay right here on this screen. Oh my God. Okay. All right. I'm gonna wait for the fucking gift subs to stop rolling in. Whew, man, oh man, oh man. How you doing, Automat? What's up? Lies for money. At least... At least it's titled accurately. That's something. Is it still going? Still going, or is it done? Oh, there it goes again. It's still coming in. Dr. Rhino knows how to spend limited resources with tact, class, and aplomb. This is how democracy dies. To thunderous subscriptions. Oh, man. Oh, is anybody... Somebody help me out. Should I watch The Bad Batch? Is it actually good? Is The Bad Batch good if I strongly disliked the Bad Batch episodes of the Clone Wars? If I was like, I really didn't like those episodes. I thought they were really fucking lame. Waiting for my arms to settle down post-workout before working on 3D modeling Automat Americana. Been out there getting his pump on. Automat Americana is the cream that's gonna rise to the top. That's fucking awesome, man. I mean, I'm sitting here just kind of babbling like an idiot. That's pretty much what I'm up to. And then, Desert Owl, we were almost there, man. What are you doing? You ruined our good streak. Desert Owl, thank you so much for the gift sub. Going out to Cookie Mama. All right. Are we settled yet? Are we settled in? I'd probably think I've seen worse Star Wars. Well, I've seen Rogue One, so, yeah, I've seen worse Star Wars. All right. Oh, my camera's not working. What a wonderful time to discover that. Hang on a second. Let's fix it. Yeah, next stream upgrade. In fact, maybe what those 20 gift subs just bought y'all is a proper capture card. How about that? Wouldn't that be something? There we go.
When watching Thunderhead stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know. He was saying stuff, and I couldn't think of anything to do, so I thought it'd be funny if I picked my nose on camera. Look, my sense of humor hasn't really evolved much since 2nd grade. I can accept that, okay? As long as you guys know what you're getting into. Alright. Give me just 1 second. Let me go grab some water, some beer, we'll get started painting. Quit looking at my kitchen. It's private. It's private stuff. Secret things go on there. Get my gloves, get ready to go. I got myself a nice Belgian-style triple from Colorado's New Belgium here. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Romeo Void dropping a community gift sub, heading out to Krathognis. My god. Y'all are out of control tonight. Really, I cannot thank you guys enough for supporting the stream. But honestly, more than just the support, and I really, really mean this when I say it. Thank you guys just for being here with me tonight. It means so much. I love hanging out with y'all. I love having you here. I know sometimes we do more painting and sometimes we do more bullshitting, but we gradually grow and work and try new things, and I like to think we do it together, you know? Alright. Let's get rolling here. I want to change my oil palette paper. So let's pop this up and out. Slide that off. I have another pretty much ready to go. Yes, I do. So that just goes around like so. I did something fucking amazing in the last 48 hours, you guys. I did something amazing. Can I vague book at you a little bit here? Can I brag about something that I can't share with you in its entirety yet? Is that something I'm allowed to do? There's something that is going to be releasing in the next 2 months. We're looking at end of March. It will be available. It is a set of terrain for something. And I'm just really, really happy with myself because it is a complete set of terrain that I made. Now, okay, all the work didn't happen in 48 hours because I did a whole lot of sketching and concept art gathering beforehand, but I sat down about 48 hours ago in my my software suites, and in about 48 hours from my sketches and concepts, I churned out a complete core set for a terrain line, just like bam, and it just represents a wonderful milestone for me, being able to do that. It would have taken me so much longer before, but I've had enough practice in the last 2 years that it was really just like bam, 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 there it is, and I'm really happy with it. And I hope you guys will be too when we're able to get it out there. Hey, what's up, Mafik? How you doing? Released the files for the palette yet? I know I keep saying it, Gimishkar, seriously, these should be up this weekend. These should be up as soon as Steel Warrior Studios is able to post them. This and the paint handle will both be made available, since I've finally reached a point where I'm actually happy with the files. Feels good to replace my 3D printer screen, not have to worry about any errors on my print plate, Ren. Fuck yeah, dude, that is a good feeling. It's always good to approach something like that and, you know, get in there. For those of us who might not be as comfortable with fine wiring projects, it can be a little harrowing, but it's a pretty easy swap project. All things considered. We do grow. We do. Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. No, we're not doing that. That's not a thing that we're going to do today, Punexpected Painting. It's too soon. It's too soon, Punexpected. God. Thank you so much, Desert Owl. Yeah, it's just nice to, like, know enough tricks and have enough of a workflow that it's like, here's the project, you know, here's what we're doing, here's the concept, here's the goal, here's what it needs to do, bam, 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 turn it out. I know, Techno Sugar. Look, I got lured into it, and I thought about it, and I was like, ah, shit. You know, Techno Sugar, that's one of those, though, where it's not as tragic as someone going soon. She lived a damn full life, Techno Sugar, and I choose to look at it as we are blessed. We are incredibly lucky to have an amazing, not only body of work, but numerous cultural touchstones from a wonderful woman and a talented actress. We are lucky that she gave us as much as she did. Need to adjust the Z-stop on my Ender and get it running again. I hate tasks like that. I hate tasks. Fuck yeah, Merlin. Fuck yeah! Did 42 legs and only like 3 were bad? Wait, which, painting? Do I come? 3 out of 42, those are good numbers, man. I'd move right the fuck on from there. So, yeah, we're gonna be printing. Oh, that's still not bad. You get some failures every now and then. It's gonna happen inevitably. Let me pull up my reference. Because I found somebody who did a job on Vader's helmet here that I quite liked, and I'm gonna essentially just try to imitate it and sort of blend it in with what I've already been doing. So, I'm gonna have to ease out some of the OSL I've already done. And I think I'm actually going to use a touch of ivory black for that purpose, since it's a little bit more transparent, a little less aggressive. I've got some Mars black on the way finally from, from Gamblin', but it hasn't gotten here yet. A little ivory black on the palette here. And if it introduces a little warmth, that won't be a problem. It'll just add to the contrast. Take a touch of our Prussian blue, which has been our primary blue for this model. Have that on the palette. Oh god, am I turning into Steel Rebel? I just had this realization. I'm like, I'm just going to take these colors that I know I'm going to be working with and just lay them out nicely so I can access them while I paint. I'm like, oh, that's something that Stila would do. Ooh, oh, God. Ooh. I got some new reds. I got Alizarin Crimson, which people swear by for skin tones, but I haven't used it. Get myself some cadmium red, cadmium orange. some Naples yellow, which is a color I'm curious to try out. It's Naples yellow hue, so we'll see how that goes. And I want my cadmium scarlet. I really like this color. I've got a lot of reds here. I probably don't need cadmium orange. Probably don't. Probably don't need alizarin crimson, if I'm being honest. I'm going to grab some of my Phthalo Deep Green, because I'm going to do a little bit of green on his belt. He's got a couple of colored buttons on his belt in his chest box. Looking mighty Sith, man. Saber TS Gaming, thank you so much for saying so. How you doing today, man? Gotta go read chapters of a textbook for tomorrow's class. Ren, how very, very studious of you. Have a fantastic evening, my friend. Alizarin, Alibaba, however it's said. Alizarin, I'd buy that. Alizarin. Alizarin. Like that? Is it? It's not an Italian word. That's racist. Oh god, what have I done? Dwegcom. And Kaylee. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Alright, what else do I need? I might need some Phthalo blue. Let me just put a little next to my Prussian blue in case I need it. I don't have to put out much, just a little squib. A little squib, that'll be enough. I haven't used alizarin crimson, so I'm going to put a little bit of it on the palette, and I'm just going to play with it to get a feel for it, because I find that that's incredibly important when working with oil paints. When you get a new one, just do anything with it to get a feel for what it's like and what it does, you know? Oh my god. And Amberg, thank you for the reminder. I really need to get a better chair. I'm just making do with a support pillow that I keep having to adjust. Alright, let's put out my basic reds that I'm definitely going to use. Just some cadmium red hue here. Which doesn't actually use any cadmium because cadmium is toxic as fuck. And some cadmium scarlet hue, which I've come to quite like. Is anybody watching this new, like, Korean zombie show on Netflix called All of Us Are Dead? Is anybody else watching this? I saw it pop up the other day, and I started watching it. Alizarin. If Bob Ross says it, I'm not going to argue with the man. Not that I could, for obvious reasons. I'm going to throw down a little bit of cadmium orange. I don't know that I'm going to use it, but I want to just have a glob of it available. Not a lot, just a touch, just a touch. Really don't need much. At the one set in high school, yes. Yes, yes, yes. I found it pretty interesting so far. It's definitely like, you know, K-drama, but it's fun enough. It has enough of like it doesn't take itself too seriously. It does a lot of fun zombie kills and a couple of unique and interesting things that I haven't seen in zombie shows before. A lot of stuff that you have seen. It's not going to give you that much new, but I've been enjoying it. That's why going through my oil so fast, I just keep throwing it out there for no reason. But that's the thing, Dwegham. I just throw colors out and try them out and do new things with it, and I'm not going through them very fast. The color that I use the most is titanium white, and this is my tube of titanium white. I bought this when I started oil painting. When I started, and I use it like every single time. Yeah. Oh, that's the I'm sorry, Dwegham. Damn it, I'm too dumb to pick up your sarcasm. But in all seriousness, if you need, like, there are many arguments to try oil painting. I'm never going to claim that it's better than acrylic. I think that acrylic and oil painting, they're just different. They're just different, and in some ways not even all that different. But, like, we still use a lot of acrylics here, and in fact, we're about to go into some projects where we use exclusively Rainy River Designs acrylics, but, like, if you need a monetary argument to go into oils, or if you need just one more argument to push you over the edge into painting with oils, shit's cheap, man. Like, now, admittedly, there are more expensive oils than Winsor & Newton Winton Oil Color. This is not the most expensive oil paint you can buy. It is, I think, the strength of Winton Oil Color specifically. The pigments tend to be a little bit weaker in this line than it is in, like, Artist Color or in colors you'll get from, like, Gamblin'. But there are additives in Winton Oil Color that make essentially all the paint come out the same consistency, the same thickness. It makes it all thin the same. With other oil paints that are more saturated with pigments, you'll get much, much brighter, stronger pigmentation, but they can also be a little, like, you know, one will be a little thinner, one will be a little thicker, one will be more transparent. These are very, very even, and they're cheaper than a lot of the other ones, and I think that particularly for painting minis, this Winton Oil Color is a great choice. It's a great place to start. What's the 3D printer spewing out? Kaleri Mar, you can always hit exclamation point STL to get a readout of that. But, where is it? In this particular case, it is some BattleTech 3D Hex Hills, which I gotta stop printing in black, because you can barely see it. But it is a smaller version of this in a desert style for playing BattleTech with. Oh yeah, they're perfectly decent paints. That's the thing, like, you can get into which paint is better for what reason and what does what better, and Winton Oil Color is kind of like a student line. Like, this is what a lot of people use when they're learning to oil paint, because it doesn't require you to know a lot about consistency of oil paints, but I think for mini painting, it's more than adequate. Well, I didn't think of that, Dwegham. Now I am thinking about it. Crap. Alright, I do want a touch of lamp black. Shit, I can't believe I'm doing this. This is totally a Stila Rebel move, and nobody tell her that I'm doing this. If she comes in, just, like, everyone pretend that I'm being really messy. But, you know, if I just know all the colors I'm going to use beforehand and I put them all out, then I don't have to access my tubes very much. God knows you guys want to see me accessing my tubes. Euphemisms. Oh, shit. Okay, that a lot more came out than I meant to there. There's some of my phthalo deep green. My experimental corner, I'm going to put down a little bit of Naples yellow, because I haven't used this color either, and I'm a little curious about it. Whoa! Okay, that one was a little bit under pressure. A whole lot of paint came out. For something that small, Kursala, I would just print it at 100%. I would just print it solid, you know? Okay. That's chest box. I got my blue, I got my white, I got my yellows, oranges, and reds for OSL. I have my experimental corner. I've got multiple blacks. I've got my phthalo green. I think I'm good. I think I'm good. If I need anything else, I can grab it on the fly. If I'm gonna, I might, like, other streamers have, like, palette cams, like a camera focused on their palette. If you guys think that's something you'd like to see, you know, feel free to let me know. I may end up doing that. I'm gonna focus on the helmet for now. And I need to take... Oh, forgot one thing. Where's my bottle of white spirits, and why isn't it right in front of me? Because I put it over here for some reason. There we go. Always need my white spirits. The palette camera doesn't always seem that useful to me, but at least in the case of oil painting, where we're using fewer actual paints, I think it can be helpful. If I was doing a bunch of acrylics and it's like, you know, you want this specific acrylic and then that one and then this one, I don't know if I'd bother, but there's so much mixing that goes on with oil painting that it seems worthwhile to me. Alright. Let's grab a touch of this. Grab a touch of our lamp black. Grab a touch of Prussian blue. And I'm going to come in here and ease some of the OSL I did before kind of out of the helmet a little bit. Did the stream just die for anyone else? I'm very curious to know if that did happen. Also, Kaleri Mar, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. No one would dare give me the raspberry except Lone Star. Strengthen the shadow on the front of his cheek there. And I'm gonna have to come in and try to catch the bottom of his helmet slightly, which should be fun. What am I currently designing? Something like a base tray? Like what projects am I working on in 3D space? Because it's a terrain set for something that isn't strictly Battletech in this case. A brush cam, like right there, like POV from the brush. That would be incredibly useless. That would teach no one anything under any circumstances. That's downright insane. Alright, I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna ease some of my OSL out entirely. Because I went really strong with the base of it when I was first going, and I realize now I don't want it all those places necessarily. I want it fairly strong, but not quite as strong as I have it reaching all the way down to his foot over here, and that's a little nuts. That's a little nuts. Launching a Kickstarter for GoPros for brushes. I'll be rich. Be rich. That's genius. Absolutely genius. Conceivably, I don't know, to someone maybe. Thank you very much, Calorie. Calorie. I'll get it eventually. I want to say calorie, but that's probably not it. Kaleri Mahar. Kaleri. Eventually I'll just say it without having to look at it. Okay, so let's try playing with just straight cadmium red here. Not with that brush, that's the wrong brush. Here we go. Cadmium red is kind of remarkably orange. Alizarin red is interesting. Why don't we try some of this alizarin red? We haven't used it. Let's lighten it a touch with some cadmium and see what that does. It's very rich. I wonder how transparent versus opaque it is. It's hard to tell. It's very red though. Holy crap. See what it does. It's transparent. Well, it seems to tint fairly well. Yeah, I know. I'm over here on my palette, Cookie Mama. All right.
There's something about Canopian catgirls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Or maybe it's just my allergies.
Maybe it's just my allergies. I'm looking to create a little bit of a shape here. with my reds. I guess I can afford to brighten this up a fair amount, so why don't we go right to some cadmium crimson. Oh my god. Oh my god, what is going on tonight? There's like some kind of conspiracy in the works. I don't even know. I don't even know how to address this. What do I do? Maybe I should dance. I could put on a little hat and I could dance. That's something I could definitely do. Monuments. Slow fuse. Coming in hot and heavy with a raid. Oh my glob. How we doing tonight, folks? Welcome in, Raiders. We're just getting started over here. I hope you guys like Star Wars. Who doesn't like... Everybody likes Star Wars. Come on, it's ridiculous. Star Wars makes bajillions of dollars every hour on the hour. Of course you like Star Wars. Dance, monkey, dance! Oh my god! Let me push... Here, this is kind of like dancing.
Ass crackling thunder spunk! Yeehaw!
Why do I still have that button? Why is that still a thing? Welcome in, Raiders Monument. How was your stream, man? And we are, of course, welcoming the dubious Matt Yee along with that raid. Welcome in, welcome in. We're doing some oil painting on our Operative Vader tonight. Playing with OSL, which is not something I do a lot of or do particularly well, but we're always trying to learn and grow, are we not? How was your stream, Monument? What were you doing over there? Oh man, that Alizarin Crimson is like really strong. This is Alizarin Crimson with a touch of Naples Yellow, and it's actually really red. Holy hell, lick the cadmium, poison yourself, streamer. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to Thunderhead Studio. We do a whole lot of painting around here. I figure that's probably what you're interested in if you were hanging out over at Monument Slow Fuse. Riot Sister, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid, Monument. I should mention that Pro Acryl occupies a fairly large portion of my painting rack as well. I want to follow the shape of the blade up here. Again, we are experimenting heavily with OSL. We actually started it last time, and I did some things that, upon reflection, I don't like. Reflection, get it? Because it's reflecting off of... Yeah, that's what OSL is, ultimately. Crazy new tech for the line, really. Used our new wash medium to paint nearly an entire model. This seems to be a very popular move for a lot of paint lines right now, Monument, with the release of the new Army Painter speed paints. They all seem to come out different. And given the kind of ridiculous quality of Pro Acryl paints, I have to admit I'm very curious where you are landing with your wash medium. I would assume it works pretty well with Pro Acryl. Well, first of all, it should be probably formulated to work well with Pro Acryl paints, but specifically given how heavily pigmented Pro Acryl tends to be, I would have to imagine that would actually adapt to a wash medium pretty well. Because that's the big trick, is if you're going to be turning something into a wash, you want plenty of pigment. Otherwise, it's just going to desaturate like crazy. Especially the transparent. I haven't had a chance to use your transparents yet. I've got a lot of the regular Pro Acryl line. I have not picked up the transparents. Even if it was an amazing paint, I just want to say, oh my god, the fucking dropper bottles, man. Oh my god. Some of the best on the market. Yeah, it's been a little wild. It's been a little wild, Riot Sister, but welcome in. Made some progress on my finger paint, Mac. Ooh, I'm excited to see that, Gimishkar. You know, Monument, if you feel like it, and I don't know, you probably have to raid and run. Most people do. But we do a little thing that you might have heard of every single time here at Thunderhead Studio, a little bit we do at the end of the stream called the Storm Report, where we will take a look at anything you would like to share with us and go ahead and show it on the stream, give a little commentary if you're looking for it, or just admire it. If you're not, and if you felt like sharing, or if anybody feels like sharing, really, it's super easy to contribute to. All you have to do is jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can't actually use the button. I realize I forgot to update that, but you can hit ! Discord and chat to get a link over there. Hop into the channel, mark the Storm Report, and go ahead and post a picture. And towards the end of the stream, we will go ahead and take a look at it. And if you're looking for feedback, or if you're just looking to show off, go ahead and let me know in a little note when you post it. I'll give you feedback if that's what you want. I can't promise it'll be good feedback, but I can promise it'll be coming from me. And just show it off a little bit. I maintain that we are our own worst critics, and it really, really helps to get some outside eyes on what we're working on. I'm going to drop my paint handle for a second here, because I got to get a real funny angle. I want to grab the bottom.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
More and more and more. Damn, Alizarin Crimson plus Naples Yellow is a very interesting combination. Fairly potent red. Don't show your models you're shy. Well, that's all the more reason to do so. Getting out there and sharing your work can be a little bit harrowing from time to time, but if you feel like doing it, we would be happy to see. I need a finer brush for this. I gotta get in and do some work on his eyeball here. And for subs, I'll lie and say, "What? Damn it! See, I knew that was going to come back to bite me."
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Grey, Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment, as he cleans his brush.
A light. Bahamut, the Mars Black is on its way. I had to get Mars Black from Gamblin. I don't know if they don't have it in the Winton oil color range or not, but I could only find it from Gamblin. I had to order it from somebody else, so I'm waiting on that to come in. It should be here in the next couple of days. So I'm still operating on Ivory Black and Lamp Black primarily. And put some red reflection in his eye lens is the goal right here. I don't want to do a lot of it. I really want to focus it down towards the bottom, so it just looks like the saber blade is catching it. I'm kind of loving this Alizarin Crimson. It's very saturated. And I want to grab the corner of his cheek as it comes down. Really just about defining the shape of his helmet from one side here. I think one of the little nodules for his nose. A little bit of red in there. Particularly love the burnt sienna for red toned leather. Yeah, burnt sienna is a very, very potent color. Plank Walker, welcome in. Thank you so much for the lurk, my friend. Also, I've really, really come to love, for almost any leather or skin tone, starting out with Terra Rosa. Terra Rosa is very opaque and very, very strong. That cadmium crimson comes in with the fury. I'm actually going to have to tone that down in a few spots. I'm going to lighten these and desaturate them a little bit because it is, you know, a lightsaber reflecting after all. Disguised my gold telecommunications device as a painting handle, didn't I? Yeah, you should see what I did with the Zat gun. Let's just say it vibrates now. More. I'm really liking cadmium crimson. It's right on the edge of being orange without actually being orange, and it's one of the best red highlights I've had the opportunity to play with. Grab myself a touch of white spirits here. Just a touch. Just a touch. We're still learning. We're still learning. We're still figuring all this out together. So Matt Yee was talking and saying something that I have been thinking about, but I think I've only articulated it once or twice. Oil paints are really, really great for streamers. In particular, I think that they're good for if you're streaming. Just because it's, those of you who paint with acrylics on stream, like, you know, we get distracted. We get distracted by chat or by raids or by fucking insane chains of subscriptions, hype trains and such. Sheza. We get distracted, and the number of times when I was when I do paint with acrylics on stream, I'll put some paint on my brush and I'll lift it and I'll get distracted and I'll look at something, and then in no time it's dried up and I'm like, ah shit, okay, I gotta start over. You really don't have to worry about that at all with oils. I think that they lend themselves particularly well to streaming, or if you know you're only going to be able to paint for a little while, then you're going to have to come back to it. It works exceptionally well in those cases. Sadistic. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. So yeah, I'm saying Matt Yee was right about something. In other words, even a broken clock is right twice a day. Or you could say the exception proves the rule. I really want to bump this up, since it's right next to the blade. I really want to bump this up. God, I don't really paint in sub-assemblies. This is one case where I'm like, maybe I should have left his fucking saber arm off. Getting in to paint the helmet's a bit of a pain in the ass, but oh well, I can always repaint the blade of the saber. That should come last anyhow. You had me at acrylics are distracting. Oh, hey, Sized. Oh, that's awesome, man. How'd you like the interview? I don't give, like, a lot of interviews or anything, but I had a good time with Renegade HPG. He's a good dude. More of the cadmium crimson in here. Really try to ease this. Up, 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 up. White red is the goal for this particular spot. And maybe I could go ahead and blend it out slightly. Just along the edges so that I've got a better idea of what I'm working with. I talk a lot, it's true. I do. It is in some ways a curse. Make you crave more Battletech. Well, you know, then I guess me talking a lot is worth it, because Battletech is pretty fucking amazing. I'm glad you liked it, though. I was definitely trying to spread awareness of Fang of the Sun Dougram. The unfortunate thing is that the 75-episode run of Fang of the Sun Dougram has been taken off YouTube since I did that interview, and I can't help but feel a little bit responsible and a little bit bad. I hope that I'm not actually responsible. But I know they probably saw an uptick in views. Living in a dry climate tends to make all forms of art a bit more of a challenge. Would not want it any other way. How you doing, by the way, Yee? How's business? How's tricks? If anybody in here is not following the unfortunately talented Matt Yee, I say unfortunately because Matt Yee spent a good, 15 minutes on his stream today rating... rating the asses of troll and goblin sculpts from Games Workshop and Forge Worlds Warhammer ranges. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say the word, Matt Yee. I'm not going to say the word, because I heard the word too many times and now it makes me want to scream. There was a word. It need not be said here. Yes, it made me question many, many things, Riot Sister. Not least among them, my life choices in a broad sense. So, you know, take my recommendation with a grain of salt. A little more red yet. I'm really trying to build it up right here on the side of his helmet. It's going to be the most important focal point of the whole damn model. Yeah, we do a fair amount of Battletech. We're going to be doing some more here in the near future, too. I'm working with Renegade HPG to actually do a little bit more Battletech content, because I really did enjoy recording with him. Alright, I'm going to start leaning into Naples Yellow as a highlight for some of this. Because what I really want to do here, what I really want to do, is sort of... I'm going to take this off again to do this. I want to trace the shape of the saber blade just above it. Back across the helmet. Make it sound like it's complicated. It's a straight line, but, you know. I'm trying out this Naples Yellow for the first time. It's an interesting color. It might not be the best choice, but it's new, and I want to try it. And this is an experimental Vader. Remember, this is the second of 3 that we're ultimately doing. For those of you who might not have been here for the whole series... we did this Vader first, and he came out pretty good. I'm pretty happy with him. But we learned some lessons and we applied them moving forward. And now we're doing one who is much more saturated in blue and a little bit more intense with the OSL. And then we are going to be moving on to the limited edition Star Wars Celebration Vader that I got my hands on. It's kind of what I'm looking for, pun expected. I'm looking to lighten the red without desaturating it too much. So I don't want to use titanium white, you know? Sorry, I missed that, Xander Shade. I desire Dougram Centurion. I would expect to see a few more of the Dougram-style designs coming out, Gimishkar. I've got a list of them right now, including the Centurion, the Hermes 2, and the Panther. Oh my god. Oh my god, Sized. You know what's fucking crazy is when that was out, I totally listened to it. I was into the Spice Girls. I was. Everybody was into the Spice Girls. Come on. Come on! Say you weren't into the Spice Girls and they were popular. You're just lying. I'm gonna want to come in and sort of ease this out because I do not want this to be a sharp highlight. Very gentle with it. I'll bring back in a touch more of our cadmium red. Not on it, but just kind of above it, framing it is what I want. So that it's glowing in either direction, but the glow is going to be narrower on top. And I'm doing that because of the bell shape of the helmet, and the fact that the light is theoretically coming up at it and then bouncing back towards the viewer, so you want to create kind of a cone. At least that's what I'm telling myself. I don't know if I'm actually any good at any of this. Narrow that tip a little bit there. Volumetric lighting takes practice and can be counterintuitive at times. It's one of those funny things where, like, your brain knows what OSL should look like, your brain knows what volumetric lighting should look like, which is why it's so hard to do, because you don't really consciously think that much about it. Most people don't consciously think about what volumetric lighting actually looks like. You just know it. You know it when you see it. So when you see OSL and it doesn't look right, your brain just goes, that's wrong. It doesn't really tell you why. So when you go then try to create it, you have to actually study it. And I want to echo that. Because again, it's at an upward angle and we're dealing with two different surfaces of different shapes. So I'm going to create a little bit more of a reflection here. Not a huge one. Just enough of one. Right, now we can ease that out also, ever so slightly. First time I did zenithal priming via airbrush, I spent 15 to 20 minutes trying to tell if the shadow was real or paint. Actually bodes fairly well. Hey, what's up, Journeyman Paint Hour? How you doing? It happens sometimes when we get a lot of people in chat, just to keep things easier to keep up with. I'm going to grab the tiniest touch of titanium white for the center of that. Really don't want much, because again, it's going to desaturate, which is not entirely bad for the purposes of a lightsaber that is reflecting this close to its origin. but I do not want to overdo it. If anything, I want to push the red surrounding it. Alright, so what do we think? So I would say it still needs some work and it needs some refinement, but what do we think of that reflection? It's going to be sold by pushing some of the highlights on the other parts of the armor that's closer to it, but I think this is better than what we were working with before. This makes the helmet look a bit more reflective, which I think is the goal. It's certainly the most extreme OSL I've attempted. Now, I'm going to carry forward with using Naples Yellow as sort of a highlight color here for picking out a few more harsh points, because it actually works really well. While still staying warm, which is working great with all the cool tones that I have for his base armor and suit. Which, of course, was the goal. It's just, you know, I love it when a plan comes together.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
There's my depth of field going all zany again. And I think a touch of it out here. And right here. Helping to kind of sell the shape of the helmet. Yeah, I should have left his saber arm off. I'll just acknowledge that right now. I think that was a mistake. Just because it crosses his body as sharply as it does. But, oh well. Oh well, we'll live. We're learning. We're learning one attempt at a time. Xander Shade. I think maybe even a touch of it in his eye lens. Really not much though. God, it's just the right amount of contrast is always tricky to get. But at the bottom edge of his eye lens, toward the saber blade, I think just a touch of our Naples Yellow. It's a wonderful color. I'm really liking using it instead of titanium white to try to highlight red. It just doesn't fight against my saturation as much. About like so. About like so. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm also going to grab rim around his eye lens because I feel like I can do it. Ooh, that's kind of nice. Every now and then I do something that I like. I'm going to bring a little bit of it to the bottom of his gorget, because I feel like that's the other hard part. The other piece of hard, shiny armor that's going to be catching that reflection. I might ease that out a little bit on the bottom of his face. It seems a little abrupt. really don't have to. It's something it's important to remember when you're blending too, with oils in particular. Just it takes the scantest touch. I think Matt Yee is the one who taught me the phrase "making mud," which is something is a phrase that I like to continue reusing. Because if you overblend with oils, you very quickly find yourself just making a muddy mess. It all just becomes brown if you overblend. It is a fine line where you put down your contrast, you come in at the edge, and you just kind of just. Sometimes you just have to touch it. Just take a soft brush and just touch the edge, just feather it, just dab it. Just dab it a little bit. I think Wapple likes to use the phrase scumbling when he's doing big broad blends too, which is a word I didn't think existed. I'm actually going to try to put a little Naples yellow here on the lightsaber. Why the hell not? We're putting it everywhere else, and if there's anything I've learned from James Wapple, it's that if a color goes anywhere, it must go everywhere. We'll bring it in here, and then we can refine it later. I actually really kind of like it. I'm a fan of this Naples yellow. It's fairly potent. All right, let's keep using it. Let's keep using it. We got some more highlights to refine. I want to grab some shapes down here very gently. And, you know, if you're coming from the acrylic painting world, there's a tendency to look for colors that are close to your base when you're going to do blending or highlights. You don't really have to do that with oil so much. You kind of want to grab something that's going to contrast well. Just slap it down and start blending it in. It's going to work better for you most of the time. This is a shiny piece of armor, so I'm going to put a little scant reflection of the blade itself as well as catching the edge. And you know, particularly with OSL, I think it's important to understand what kind of surface you're painting. Is it reflective? Then it is going to shine quite a bit more. Looks so weirdly and disgustingly bright now. Oh, what a compliment, Wickham. You really know how to layer them on. Crab Vader. Crab Vader? What about Crab Nicholson? What would you do if Crab Nicholson invited you over for a sleepover and his claws, and he wasn't wearing any mittens? How would you handle that? Please tell me I'm not the only person who remembers that meme. I've been made to feel so old recently. Matt Yee, I went into Matt Yee's chat, and I just dropped a couple of what I consider to be excellent references casually to the Wrath of Khan, and he comes back at me with, oh, so I haven't seen a 40-year-old movie. And my first instinct was to come back with, Wrath of Khan is not 40 years, and then I was like, hold on, I should look this up and make sure I'm not saying something wrong here. Wrath of Khan is 40 years old. It came out in 1982. Now, okay, I'm not gonna age myself unnecessarily. I did not see Wrath of Khan in theaters. I was not born yet. I would be born shortly thereafter. And but still, it's been just such a huge part of my movie watching everything for my whole life. It hurt. Blame Matt Yee. It's not my fault, Electrofunk. Yee! Oh my god, that's kind of perfect, isn't it? Right? We gotta get Shatner with the comm. Yee! He tasks me. He tasks me, and I shall have him. Alright, I am gonna swap out to a little more of my cadmium red because I want to saturate up some of my other points before I try to go real harsh with the edges. Just trying to build some saturation on the fabric. Now, on fabric in particular, OSL should not be particularly sharp, because it's fabric. It absorbs a lot of light, right? So I'm trying to keep, like, saturated, but don't make it, like, super duper sharp or highly contrasting. Just get the colors in there, and then save your sharp highlights for pieces of hard armor. Like this chest box will get a little bit more. See you at the party, Richter. Oh my god, dude. Red Letter Media just released an hour-long video on Total Recall, Colonel Matthew Steiner, and it's fantastic. They do such a great analysis of that movie. It's mostly them just geeking out over the movie, but, you know, who doesn't? Total Recall's an amazing film. Fuck yeah, dude. I love Total Recall. Two weeks. I never really put that much thought into the is he just having an embolism storyline. Like, I just put that out of my head because of the way that it gets resolved in the movie, but I tend to agree with them that it's a great way to explain away the massive plot holes in the film is just by saying, oh no, he's having an embolism right now on a table someplace with memories implanted in his brain and none of this movie's actually happening. That actually works out just fine, really. It's a ridiculous fantasy. Right? That seems like an awesome embolism. Realized recently that you know the mutant stripper with 3 boobs in Total Recall? That is, what's her name in Star Trek The Next Generation? She's in like season 2. She's a recurring character. Thank you. Ensign Sonia. What's her last name? What's her last name, Colonel Matthew Steiner? I had that realization upon rewatching Star Trek The Next Generation Season 2 recently. Ensign Sonia Gomez, thank you so not Sonya Blade, no. She's not the one who churns the butter as she fights, no. Sonia Gomez. Yeah. I think her character gets a reference in the new Below Decks show, too. Which is kind of neat. But yeah, I just put that together. I was like, wait a second, I know her from somewhere. She's the stripper with 3 boobies. Okay, yeah. How could I forget? How could I forget? Folks, give me 1 minute. I need to take a quick bio break, and I'll be right back. Merlin. Sorry for the delay, folks. We are back at it. Something I just saw that apparently got announced a few hours ago, and this will mean nothing to most of you, but for those of you who it means something to, you'll be very glad to hear it. The Cycle Frontier closed beta number 2 has been announced for March 10th through March 28th, and you can now register on Steam and on their site for the Epic Game Store version of the game. If you don't know what that is, The Cycle Frontier was a game that released, I think, a couple years ago and wasn't very popular. And so they axed it, and they rebuilt it, and they came out with it again, and now it's basically Tarkov in space. And it's actually a lot of fun. We had a really good time with it here on the stream. And yeah, we're gonna be jumping right on into that closed beta if they'll let us in. But they were pretty profligate with access to it last time, so I'm fairly convinced that you can get in if you want to. Fleetwood619, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh my god, excuse me. Gus Schultz, good to see you, man. How's stuff? Mr. Altier, welcome in as well. I don't think I've overdone the glow on the cloak, have I? That looks fine, doesn't it? I'm gonna want to come in and put another bar of white on this side of the saber. I'm thinking, like, I'm actually pretty happy with the cloak. I think I'm gonna leave that and this side of the helmet pretty much alone. I think the glow looks good there. I think the glow across the helmet is actually looking pretty decent now. I think the glow on the face is pretty good. I might want to refine it some more. Yeah. I'm actually thinking that the glow, the OSL looks pretty decent across most of the chest now. I'm going to give that a little break. Ponder it some. And start putting in some of the other colors for his little details. Specifically, I'm going to grab some of our phthalo deep green here. God, that's really, really deep. I'll use it as kind of a base to blend into then. Because he has 2 little lights on his belt that are green. There's little things. There's little things. But they're there. Little splashes of color that help him overall. Obviously, you can't see the phthalo deep green. It's just going to get highlighted up into something more worthwhile. What are the colors on his chest box? They're red and green, right? Is one of them green? Is one of them red? Is one of them blue? God damn it. What does Darth Vader look like? Thank you, Sumitha. Red, blue, white from top to bottom? Is it like red button, blue button, and then white switches? Is one of the switches another color? I feel like the switch on this side of his chest is another color, but I can't remember. And then I think the 2 little bars on either side are kind of a gray-silver. And then these switches over, these are all red. These 3 long switches are red, I remember that. These are white. I think one of these switches is red. I think this one on this side is red. And then these 2 are what? Are they blue? Which Vader? Are they different in Rogue One? I mean, I know that his costume has changed from movie to movie. I mean, I guess it really doesn't matter, honestly, like which color I do, but... Well, someone, yeah, pull up a picture of Vader from Empire Strikes Back for me or something. Alright, let's see. Oh, good one, good one, good one. Yeah, green there. White, white, red, 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 blue, red. Okay, easy. Easy peasy. Thank you very much, Sumitha. I appreciate that. I'll go with that. Make myself a little gray for the switches here. Just using some white and a little bit of lamp black to keep everything cool. Good old titanium white. I try not to use it too much, but I do have to use it quite a lot. I think I will get a palette cam, because I'm over here like spending several seconds mixing on my palette, and I realize you guys can't see it. 3 models, 3 movies. Not right. My reflection in the model? What do you mean? I'm not reflecting. What are you doing? What are you talking about? What's this nonsense? stepping away for dinners. Riot sister, enjoy your apparently multiple dinners. Oh, and the magnet. Oh, right there. Anybody? No? Okay. Nobody gets my references. Let's thin that a little bit more with some white spirits. That's pretty thick. A little fight peeper for the. Oh, you want this? Do you, Vergaderung? So I should let people know this model is going to be given away. Our 2 Vaders that we have painted so far, this one included, are going to be given away when we hit 2,000? Yeah, 2,000 followers. That's our goal. We're at 1,860 right now. So 140 follows, and we're going to give these models away. I figure Vader's a good one for a giveaway. Maybe you should have better references. Ooh, my name's Kursala. Ooh. Nice Vader, I love Star Trek. Fuck yeah! My favorite part of Star Trek is in the cage when Captain Pike becomes Darth Vader. And that's why these buttons on his chest are so important, remember? Because they blink once for no and twice for yes. What the fuck are you talking about, Twighom? What? 3 posts and no block, hit lands. Are you guys role-playing a boxing match in my chat? Ugh, nerds. Stop that. It's going quite good, Journeyman Pain Hour. Welcome back in. Go. Leave these buttons mostly the way they are. Alright, red and blue, red, easy peasy. Why do I paint such tiny things? Can anyone tell me that? I could be painting large things. I could be like, I'm an artist and I paint on canvas. Then I wouldn't be here trying to paint 1mm wide buttons on some asthmatic asshole's chest. What a jerk. What a jerk, old Anakin Skywalker. Who even likes that guy? Oh, Mini-Man paints. See, he probably knows. He probably knows why I'm painting such small things. It sounds like he paints small things too. Welcome in, Mini-Man Painting. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. No spoils. I'm just saying, maybe the latest episode of a Star Wars show when one character said to another character, "You remind me of your father." Maybe when they said that, maybe I almost cried a little bit. Maybe that's all I'm saying. Okay. Padme, mass murderer and all, apparently. Yeah, okay. There's no really defending that one. She heard about it and then she was still, I have to save him. Because freehand. Because free. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I've got guides when I paint like this. Covers up for how little imagination I really have. Pretty nice that way. Alright, red button on the bottom, blue button on the top. Again, not really important. I could do these any color I want. But, you know, I like to do things just so. This is one of the reasons I feel comfortable giving out Vaders as part of a giveaway is, Vader's Vader, you know? Yeah, you could paint him as your Hello Kitty Vader or whatever the fucking crazy thing it is that you want to do, but if someone gives you a Vader who's in black with a red lightsaber, he's gonna fit into pretty much any Imperial army. Alright, Vergaderung. Well, good luck to you. Kind of digging what we're doing with the islands here. That's working out pretty well. Grab a little bit of cadmium crimson to reinforce some of these, though. I really do kind of wish I'd left... If anybody hasn't painted this model yet, my honest advice to you as someone who doesn't do sub-assembly painting, leave his saber arm off. It's much easier to get to his face. I don't do sub-assembly painting. I really don't. So it is a rare occasion that I find a model where I'm like, okay, this one, yeah, maybe assemble afterwards. But that is a pain in the ass. How long till said storm report? That is going to be kicking off in about an hour and 15 minutes. Thank you so much, Data Nerd. I'm not famous enough for slow mode. How you doing, Lady B? What's up? The fact that I can't keep up with chat might disagree with you. It has nothing to do with fame and everything to do with people desperately wanting to troll me, I estimate. More of that up down along his cheek. It's a little scant. A little scant. It's looking a little bit better. It's honestly hard to tell when I get down to details this small sometimes. Oh, quite good, Lady B. It's good to see you. That's feeling pretty good. That's feeling pretty good. Let me thin down a little bit more of my cadmium crimson. This is all fine adjustments at this point. I mean, I could probably call this done in the next 20 minutes and be fairly happy with it, but I'm trying to make little adjustments and futz with it, because, again, this is a learning model. We're trying new things. We're trying to push things that we don't normally push, and we're trying to really get our skills where they need to be to work on the limited edition Vader that I'm very excited to paint. I think easing out the OSL down here has done a lot of favors, because now it's really focused right here, and it just works better, you know? I'm gonna put the tiniest amount of our Naples yellow on the top of his hand where it's facing the blade, and I'm only gonna do that because it is so close to the blade, and it is leather. It wouldn't reflect as much as the shiny materials, but this close, it would pick up a bit more reflection, I think. A bit brighter, just at the part that is closest to the blade. Not the whole thing. I think just right there does the job, though, doesn't it? Dig the more old school plasma sword effect. Wait, what are we talking about? Who's plasma sword? I mean, I guess a lightsaber is kind of a plasma sword.
I saw your laser sword. Only Jedis carry that kind of weapon.
This character said that. I want to remind everybody, that's a line that this character spoke in those movies. In case you were sitting there thinking, Darth Vader's so cool.
I saw your laser sword.
I think calling it a study is pretty generous, Lady B. This is more of a fuck around and find out. I have to actually paint his lightsaber too. I've completely neglected to do that so far, but we'll get to it. We'll get to it. I'm just saying, study implies a certain controlled approach that I would not attribute to myself on any level. Do a good Haley Joel Osment impression? Is that what I'm reading there? Recently I came across a vintage Dougram 173 scale. Fuck yeah, did you pick it up, Mafik? Alright, I'm gonna really try to keep this as narrow as I can. A little bit more Naples yellow. Just picking out a couple of facial details. Very small. Very small. Don't need much. Don't need much at all. Of his eyebrow. Actually, I'm going to blend that down. That's a little abrupt. That's a little abrupt. I mean, I don't think they were ever dating Lady B. I think they were circling. You know, they were thinking about it. They were perhaps eye fucking a little bit. But I don't think Luke and Leia were ever dating per se. Not that they didn't want to, mind you. There was certainly a period there where he was like, that sister of mine, she's something. I mean, arguably, they just never had the opportunity because they were, you know, fighting the Empire. I had somebody the other day treat me like a total asshole when talking about Star Wars, which in and of itself is not unusual. But this particular one really threw me, and you guys be the judge of this one. Somebody mentioned, and this is, I'm going to say minor spoilers for Book of Boba Fett. It's not really a spoiler. I'm just going to say there are a few episodes of the Book of Boba Fett that Boba Fett kind of just isn't in, which is weird. But in a conversation about this, someone mentioned to me, they were like, well, you know, he doesn't have to be in every episode of the show. Luke Skywalker wasn't in every scene of A New Hope. And I was thrown by this. I was like, what? The name of the movie was not The Adventures of Luke Skywalker. Of course he wasn't in every scene. It wasn't just about him. And they came back at me with, well, what do you think The New Hope in the title was but Luke Skywalker? And I was stunned. Like, what? 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 I've been a Star Wars fan for like 30 years, and never once in all that time have I ever heard someone claim that, oh, my camera froze, that the A New Hope in A New Hope was Luke Skywalker himself. Not only that, but A New Hope wasn't the original name of the movie. I mean, he was Automat, he was part of A New Hope, but also Han Solo was A New Hope, and Princess Leia was A New Hope, and arguably R2-D2 was A New Hope, and Mon Mothma was A New... Like, it was everybody working together. It wasn't just the Luke Skywalker adventures. A New Hope was blowing up the Death Star. There we go. And yeah, Han Solo had a lot to do with that, I'll have you know. I will have you know. Let me reset my camera. Trade USB ports. Maybe that has something to do with why it's happened twice. It was just an odd interaction, because I'd never even had anyone suggest that to me before. It threw me. Ultimately, yes, I believe that is true, Xander Shade. It was just somebody trying to justify what is an objectively strange choice in the Boba Fett show. They should have just called that show Tales of the Bounty Hunters. That would have been a great fucking callback. Trying to use some more of this alizarin crimson. It's an interesting color that, again, I haven't really played with much, so I'm trying to find excuses to do so. Oh, sorry. Out of focus. I return in full. Welcome back, Pity. I agree with that. I don't want to... No spoilers, you guys. No spoilers for Book of Boba Fett. I really don't want to get into that, because I know a lot of people haven't, or are kind of waiting for the whole series to be out. And the last few episodes definitely have some pretty major spoilers in them. I'm not a huge fan of the show itself, though I do like the overall direction that it's going as far as being just like serialized Star Wars fiction. Now I am going to come in with a... I'm going to ease out the core of Naples Yellow that I have here ever so slightly. Just soften it. Just soften it. Out towards the tip. I'm going to come back in with some titanium white. Because it is the lightsaber core itself, it should come out at a certain point, or at least have a brighter core to it than just what's being picked up by the armor. I like the way the lightsabers are shown in the movies. There's a lot of different ways to paint lightsabers, and they're not easy, but this is the way I like to do it. It's very reliant on your golden angles. Oop, that was a bit too much. That's okay. It's oil paint. There are no real mistakes in oil paint that can't be corrected or just sort of worked with. To get a little bit of an uneven glow along the length of the blade anyway, because it kind of helps to sell the fact that it's a pulsing plasma blade, you know? So if you get a little bit of it, you can just kind of leave it. It's no big deal. Oh my god, Gus Schultz hitting that 14 months. Gus, thank you so much for your subscription. 1,000 Young, welcome in. Oil painters are smelly. I should know Grim Nation hobbies. That doesn't mean we're not amazing. How you doing, Grim Nation? A member of the Linseed Brotherhood. Resisting the influence of big acrylic. No, this is not Grim Nation. I'm really kind of just trying to put down some kind of globs of white, because I'm going to come in and ease it out real well. This is almost straight from the tube. So I have thinned it all, like not at all. But on purpose in this particular case. Thank you so much, 1,000 Young. Yeah, we're working with it. We are working with it. I'm going to grab some Naples Yellow here. I don't really do much OSL, but I've decided on these, like, I don't really have a choice. I gotta lean into it, and if I'm gonna, you know, go big or go home, as they say. I gotta pick another golden angle here now. And I think it's gonna be, let me see, this is my golden angle primarily, I think, is right here, and I think that the blade looks pretty good from this angle. I gotta pick another one and leave some red in between. Grim Nation, if you felt like dropping that over in the Storm Report channel on my Discord, we will take a look at it right here on the stream in just about 1 hour. I would love to show people. Yeah, that does need some thinning, actually. The Naples Yellow does, that is. It is so easy to join if you feel like doing so, Grim Nation. You can just hit !Discord right there in chat and get yourself a link. Pop over to the channel marked the Storm Report and post up a picture. We'd love to see it. Love to see. I really do wish I had done this. The lightsaber separate from the main body of the mini, but I didn't. We gotta work with what we've got. Selena Darkmeyer knows what I'm talking about. Thank you so much for that follow, Selena. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I'll remind people, we are, I don't mean to be like, oh my god, you guys, give me follows, blah, 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 but we are going to be, in theory, marking our 2,000 follower milestone before too much longer, at the rate things are going. And this Vader, along with our other practice Vader, are going to be given out as part of our celebration of said milestone. 1,000 Young, thank you so much for the follow. This is the first Vader we did, and I'm pretty happy with him. He looks good. We learned a few lessons working on this Vader that we have carried forward into this one. And then we're going to be doing a third Vader, which is the limited edition Star Wars Celebration Vader. It's such a cool figure. It's such a cool figure. Alright, that's going to be the other saber angle is right there. It leaves a little bit of space between them, but still picks up the glow on this side, so the mini won't look completely bizarre from the other side. It's going to look a little odd from this angle, but this is just the price you pay for painting a lightsaber this way, honestly. Every time we get to the end of this song, it sounds exactly like the Ghostbusters theme. Every single time it happens. Like, come on. What the fuck are you trying to do to me? My pattern recognition's going crazy. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Bustin' makes me feel good. In case you think I'm just a pervert, that is legitimately something he says in that song. I mean, I am a pervert, but that's, like, you know, I generally don't let that out on the stream, and that's not part of it. It's way weirder. Oh god, Gimishkar, no. It's none of your damn business. I'd have another beer.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. Don't. For the love of God. Don't do it. Like, seriously, people. I know we're on the internet, and I said, send me some pictures, and your first thought was, I'm going to take a picture of my dick, but don't send that to me. We have terms of service here on Twitch. Thank you so much. And I must obey them. Those aren't ghost techno sugar, those are crabs, for God's sake. And what is that a bouncing dinosaur? What does this have to do with ghosts? We have lost the plot, folks.
Look, I'm not saying Thunderhead's trying to brush you off, but you're just base coat, man.
You're just base coat, man. We never really, like, we coined that phrase, but we never really made it a thing. I think the problem is that no one would be insulted by that. Like, even painters would be like, what did you just call me? Like, I get it, but I don't feel insulted. Base coats are better than bare plastic. You wouldn't be wrong in thinking that either. Alright, let's clean that up a little bit more red, and I'm not going to worry too much about that side of the saber blade. At this point, I'm running myself in circles, and there's no real point to that. This Alizarin Crimson is super rich. I'm going to find more excuses to use this color, because it is fucking great. I know a lot of people like to use it as a base for skin tones, and I think I'm going to find that helpful, because I'm terrible with skin tones. It's so non-degrading that it is degrading. It circles back. It's so stupid that it actually becomes cool again. That to me was always what Warhammer 40k was. Like, it's so aggressively and intentionally stupid that it circles back on itself and becomes cool again. Selena, thank you for the reminder. Mix all my skin tones using primary colors, but you could just cheat and use Terra Rosa. That's generally what I do now, is I'll use Terra Rosa and then I'll kind of move up from there. But I'm trying to do a little bit more complicated work. I'm trying to mix in some more like purples and greens, and I've heard good things about Alizarin Crimson. We'll find out. You know, we just keep practicing, keep trying new things. Narrow this up just a touch. I don't want to make it too narrow. We don't want to look like we're in Star Wars Rebels now. Actually, oh shit, has anyone done the Rebels version of Vader for 3D printing? Has anyone done that? I would paint the shit out of a Star Wars Rebels version of Vader. I love that. That's like the Ralph McQuarrie, Joe Johnston version of Darth Vader. Xander Shade.
Maybe it's time we all gave even a chance. Even the devil needs a friend.
Alright, let's move away from our glow now. Grab some yellows and see if we can't highlight up our buttons. Just give them a little bit of a showing. You don't really need much. You just want some little points of light. Not even a lot of light. Just a touch. Yeah, we need to change our consistency a tad here. There we go. I don't know that they have Voxel Forge. If anybody knows of a Star Wars Rebels version of Darth Vader that I could 3D print and paint, please refer me to it. I'm gonna go like try to look for one later. I haven't seen one if anyone has done it. And I realize as I say it out loud, like, I very much want that. I love Star Wars Rebels, you guys. I really... I know that some people aren't a huge fan of that show, but for me, for my money, like, that is the most Star Wars that Star Wars has ever Star Wars'd. I can't word. Romeo Void, thank you so much for being here, dude. You have a great night. I don't even find Season 1 of Rebels to be that bad. I admit it's not as good as the rest of it. It's kiddie. Yeah, it's more of a kid's show. You get to, like, Rebels Season... If you get through Season 1 and into Season 2, it starts to improve a lot. And then you get to Season 3 and 4, and it's just... Oh my god. Mandalorians assaulting a Star Destroyer in space is one of the coolest things they have ever done. Like, the ships from Rebels, some cool designs came out of that show. Some might be new, but they highlighted them to me at least. Yeah, no, they did some really, really good ones. And they had the old Clone Wars style of Y-Wing in that one too, which was neat. They showed the transition. They brought back in the TIE Defender, they brought back in Grand Admiral Thrawn. Like, that show really did a lot for Star Wars, in my opinion. And Kanan Jarrus was just an amazing character. Between Kanan Jarrus and Hera Syndulla, like, that's my favorite, like, parenting couple in all of Star Wars right there. He's got a leather belt, so I want to push it a little bit more than I have on the fabric. Not a whole lot, but some. And ease it out. Oh, okay, more red. More red. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Kind of mush you all together into what I want you to be. There you go. A little bit of it off the bottom. I think that works. A nice little sharp highlight near all the more subtle cloth highlights. Thrawn was great, and in theory we're going to be getting Thrawn back. Like, I'm not like a huge fan of the shit. Like, maybe I'll come around, you know, with more exposure to Rosario Dawson as Ahsoka Tano. I think I probably will. She's a very fine actress. But the thing that I'm excited for most in the Ahsoka show is that it is almost certainly going to deal with Grand Admiral Thrawn and Ezra Bridger. What? What's up? What's up, Project Dark Fox? What I miss? Is Rebels still on the air? It's over. Bolt Thrower, it has an ending. It ends at the end of Season 4. There we go. That's just right for the belt. Just right. Grab a little bit of these buttons. Not much. Doesn't need much. Welcome in, Shoshi's... Shoshi! I follow you, don't I? Yeah, I've been into Shoshi's minis a few times. Make sure I'm not crazy and I'm thinking of this. Oh, yeah. Awesome. What's up? How you doing? Welcome in, and thank you so much for the follow. Your highlight above regarding... Oh, let me see. How many picks hit for the Storm Report today before this just in? Is just one, because we had a scheduled miss last time, Project Dark Fox. So it's one picture for the Storm Report, plus more if you pay channel points for them. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think I've seen you on in a good long time. I didn't want to be... I had a moment, just a self-conscious moment, where I'm like, have I just been missing all of Shoshi's streams? Or, like, it didn't even occur to me until just now, like, God, I really haven't seen her on in a while. I'm not glad that you're not streaming anymore. I'm glad that I didn't just completely forget about it. It's more like, you know, it's a very personal thing. I'm getting older, you know, and we start to celebrate these things more and more. Well, welcome in. Quit streaming to make my own line of models? Ooh, I have not seen those, Shoshi, if you felt like sharing. In fact, if you felt like putting some up on the Storm Report, I'm sure everyone would like to see that. I know I would, at any rate. Just a touch there, just a touch here. Not a lot. I do not want to overdo this. That's the troubling thing, Data Nerd. Can you imagine what a whining bitch I'm gonna be when I'm actually old? It's gonna be awful. I am just about to pass to the other side of 30, and it's like, oh my god. Oh no. I can't have conversations with anybody under 25 anymore because they use a bunch of phrases that I don't recognize, and I think that they're, like, designed to make me feel uncomfortable and old, you know? Please feel free to, Shoshi. Please, please, please feel free to. I think the only place I want to touch up... Okay, I'm going to say that this OSL is pretty much done. Is pretty much done. Only thing I want to do is a little bit more of the crutch. A little bit more of the crutch. You know what? You know what, Desert Owl? You're right. That is not considerate of me. Because the fact is, it's just not true. But it is something that is very easy to feel self-conscious about. How true or not it may be. So, you're absolutely correct. And I will not do that. It's like I always remember to paint the lightsaber hilt a little bit at, like, the last thing that I do. I don't know why. It's right there. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here, Shoshi. I'm gonna pull this up here. That is the wrong window. I want this window. Kablam! Did that work? Yeah, it worked. I'll be damned. Alright, let's have a look. If I can make my mouse work. Where's my mouse? There it is. Oh my gosh. Wishing for a soul. A brand new figure from Shoshi's Minis. It's become more literal now, hasn't it? It was Shoshi's Minis before, because you were painting them, but now they're literally your minis. That's a good feeling, isn't it, Shoshi? Is there any feeling in the world? Probably, yes. In fact, probably better feelings. But, you know, it's still a unique feeling to sculpt something, to print it out, to paint it, to have it in your hand, know that this thing came just from your mind. It is an amazing feeling. It's something that I've only just begun to dabble in myself. Talking about making a hottie male mini. Ooh la la. For over a year now, and excited to announce that after a year of hard work, my very first mini will be available for pre-order soon. Ooh, look at that. Look at the beefcake. Oh, and he's got the like Roman style sandals that strap up his very, very shapely calves. Look at that muscle definition. Ooh, oh man. Oh my. Oh me, oh my. Look at that. Look at the V shape here, and he's just very casually got some fabric draped across there. It's you know, it's very chaste. Ultimately, lovely looking wings. I love the deep detail on them. I'll tell you what, Shoshi. There are a lot of people out there right now, particularly when it comes to 3D sculpting minis. There are a lot of people in the market. The market is huge. And there are a lot of sculptors who specialized in doing 3D design for things like rendering who recently got into sculpting models. And I mean this as I'm not casting aspersions on anyone by name. It's just something that I've noticed as a trend in the market. People who sculpt for 3D renders who then move to sculpting minis and selling them to people often results in minis that are technically well sculpted, but not well sculpted for painting. To paint a mini, to paint something that's going to be relatively small, and this actually looks like it's bigger than your average 28mm. I'm going to guess this guy's intended for like 75mm? Maybe? I guess you could do this in 20. The details on the feathers are nice and deep, but that's just it. That's what I'm pointing out. 54mm. Okay, so not quite 75. you really need to exaggerate details. And that's what I'm noticing here is like in these wings, the feather details are nice and deep. They are both expressive, but not too busy. You know, and this is a very, like, I love the detailing on these bottom feathers in particular, giving them that in-cut shape. The musculature needs to be slightly exaggerated. Like, you know, we need these details to be there as painters, so we're not just freehanding all the details on. The individual strands of hair, it helps if they're there, but also not too many of them, you know? This looks like this would be an easy mini to paint, and it's the reason I bring it up, is coming from painting minis to sculpting minis, you're gonna make some of the best stuff on the market. So I am damned excited. How am I not following you? It's fucking ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Everybody saw it, too. Oh my god. My reputation's ruined! Shoshi, thank you so much for sharing that with us. Concept artist and my sculptor are both women! It's, for some reason when I see that model, you know, the first thing I think of, Shoshi, is, I can't be the only person here who's seen Barbarella. Immediately, I think of the angel in Barbarella. An angel doesn't make love, an angel is love. I think that was like the whole point. He was like the sex angel. He was also spaced out and weird. But then that whole movie was spaced out and weird. Who am I kidding? I'm not going to put OSL on the saber hilt so much, just because I feel like the light is mostly cast past it to the raised texture of the fingers, and I think that works. I don't think I really need to do much other than that. Grab a little lamp black. Right here. Just to kind of define this a little more clearly. You're not wrong, Desert Owl. Like, yeah, that's the meeting that they had when they sat down and said, "All right, we're gonna make this sci-fi movie. How much dick cleavage can we show on the angel?" As it turns out, fair amount. Moisten up my lamp black a little bit. It's pretty thick. I do love lamp black. It is the most opaque black I currently have. I'm looking forward to trying Mars black. What pigment is Mars black made with? I know that, like, lamp black is made using, in theory, like charcoal, like soot, like from a lamp. I would imagine mostly just carbon at this point. What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong, Grim Nation Hobbies? I'm liking lamp black. Bear in mind, I'm coming from ivory black to lamp black and looking for a black that is largely cool and opaque. And lamp black, for me, has really, really fit the bill there. I've got some Mars black on its way. I have not used it yet, so I cannot compare. Makes ultramarine and burnt umber. Ooh, you're getting real complicated there, boy. You're getting real complicated with your mixing colors. What do you think I am? Some kind of artist? Oh my god. Oh my god. It's never enough. It's never enough for the art crowd, you guys. Grim Nation pushing me. Pushing me to excel over here. Grab a little bit more of my red here. Mars is iron oxide, so it's definitely going to be a warm black then. Do the raised on the hilt black or silver. Just a little bit of white gray, really. I'm not going to worry too much about getting the colors on the hilt precise. They're black and silver, and they wind up just being kind of white and black by the time you're done with them. A little bit of red on the eyelids, not a lot, just a little. Doing red on the eye lens over here, not necessarily because red is reflecting across his body, but because his eye lenses are actually red. Mixing the ultramarine and burnt umber is great because if you want a warm black tone, use more umber. Cool black, use more ultramarine. I'll give that a try next time. I'm you know, coming from a long history of acrylic painting, so I'm kind of... I am he who walks in between. I am the day walker. I'm still breaking my acrylic habits, if you will. And there's a lot of them to break. So much of painting is habit building. So much of learning to paint in the first place is creating the habits that will lead to quality paint jobs, and then so much of switching mediums is learning which of those habits are counterproductive. Let's do a few little touch blends in here. Soften this slightly. I want to bring it out a little bit on the edge and then soften it. Widen it towards the bell of the helmet. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That seems to work. Oh, I'm glad you've spent some, Sumatha. Yeah, my channel points are a mess. I'll be the first to admit that. Going black from the tube, black spinel from Gamblin, the only true opaque black. Also dries matte. I'm not too worried about the finish. I tend to apply my finish through a varnish at the end, but again, that just comes from acrylic painting for the most part. I'm very used to doing that. Let me keep my finish consistent across every color that I'm using. Oh my god. Oh my god. Punished Fink dropping 500 biddies. 500 biddies to say awesome. That's a pretty good deal. I'm okay with that deal. How you doing, Punished Fink? Jealous of the snow? You can have it. It's all yours, bro. Run with it. And come get some. I was gonna say I'll bag it up for you, but I won't do that. You can bag it up yourself. That's all you. Why am I even painting the damn buttons on his chest? He's mostly gonna cover it up. Mail it to me. I'm on it. USPS might have some complaints, but, fuck them. Let's hit these few titanium white highlights I want to do on his chest. Yeah, just look up. That'll be your airmail, Punished Fink. How you doing today, man? Hope you're having a good one. Hope this Thursday finds you. It is Thursday, right? Yeah, it must be Thursday because I'm painting Vader. Grab the bottoms of those there switches. Touch of bright highlight on these, what are silver metallic parts, ideally. Alright, now I need to do the work on the crotch that I was talking about. Not a lot of it, just a little bit. Just come in with a little bit of red. A little bit of red goes a long way. Use some more of that alizarin crimson, which I'm really liking. I'm not totally sure exactly how I want to use it yet, but it is a hell of a color. I don't varnish, but like my YouTube says, I'm a crappy painter, and I like to go. Well, we all have our foibles, Grim Nation. thinking a little bit here, because it's kind of upturned. Not a lot, just a little bit here, and then a little bit right here, because it's also turned in the same direction. I'll pick up a little bit of a brighter highlight on this edge here, because it is meant to be armor. Yeah, I varnish everything, Grim Nation, but you know, I'm a wargamer at heart. I've been venturing into doing more artistic endeavors, but ultimately what I do is I paint minis to play games with. And protection is very, very important. Now, oil paints are a good deal more durable than any acrylic you're going to use, which is part of the reason I like using them now for wargaming minis. But be that as it may, I always put an extra layer of protection down. Right here is where I'm going to focus our highlight. Because it's a hard edge and it's facing the blade. And again, I'm using a Naples yellow. I'm not totally sure that I love the Naples yellow as my red highlight, but I got it today and I'm determined to use it. And I kind of like what it does. It's definitely better than trying to highlight with titanium white. Holy crap. All right. How are we feeling about this overall? Crouching Quack, thank you so much for saying so. Just tell me, is there anything on here that leaps out as like, oh, you definitely didn't do this and it's definitely a problem? If there's little details here and there, like, I'll look over this before I put the sealant on it, and I'm still going to go over it a little bit more on stream just to make sure, but I'm just wondering if there's anything that's like, you completely missed it. Thank you so much for the follow, Crouching Quack, and letting everybody know, too. Just the base. So, Shoshi's, I'm leaving these unbased. And it's a good time to lead into that. This is the first Vader that we did, and then here's our second Vader that we're doing. These are staying unbased or on these standard gray bases because these minis are going to be given away. If/when we get to 2,000 followers, these two minis are going to be entered into a raffle for giveaway. I figure Vader's a good sort of target for that. Because, you know, if you have an Imperial army for Star Wars Legion, you're gonna want a Vader, and you won't necessarily want a Vader who's in anything but his traditional colors. I mean, it is a base, but it's just the one that he's glued down to for painting purposes, Shoshi. I'm gonna put him on a blank standard Star Wars Legion base like this guy. And one of the reasons, too, that I like how durable oil paint is, and I'll feel pretty comfortable telling people, just break him off his base and glue him down onto whatever you want. Because these are good durable paint jobs. Left foot is pretty well shielded from it, but the right foot maybe. There's a little bit. There's a teeny little bit on his right foot you can see there. It's not much, but I could strengthen it. Yeah, and that's the furthest point on the Mini from the lightsaber, so I really kind of just wanted to touch it. Touch a lightsaber OSL on the right foot. See, that's what I'm saying. There is some. Maybe I'll strengthen it a little bit, but I won't do much. Punished Fink, this is not mastery. Punished Fink, this is literally the first OSL I've done that I don't fucking hate. Like, I am figuring this out. But I am focusing on it, which is why I think it has been relatively successful over the course of working on these minis. Maybe the top of the shin guard? Now see, his left shin is mostly shielded from the light, so I just picked up the very top, and kind of same for this one, like, none of it really faces the blade, only the very, very top of it, so I did put a little touch there, but I don't think I really want to do much more than that. I'm trying to focus the OSL here, and because it's so sharp against the helmet, I feel like that alleviates the need to do a lot of it further away. Because you can see how, like, this is decently far away, but I've still got some red glow against the cape. Have any reflection on his lenses, which are red? Yeah, there should be. You should be able to see a little bit of it there. I might come in and do a little bit more on his eye lens if that's not showing up. His left eye lens should have a little bit of a hard highlight to it. See the top of his right forearm. It's admittedly mostly focused on his hand. Honestly, weirdly, this is one of my favorite angles right here. I just love all this blue. Oof, look at that. Yeah, the blue was the best thing I think that we learned from this Vader. We got much more of a neutral gray with this Vader, and I like how it came out, I do. But I wanted to go more into the cool black range, and I think that we have succeeded on this. It still reads as black, but it is so much cooler. Maybe one more highlight on the top of his helmet, like you see how it is on this one, or would that be too much? Because it is a very shiny helmet. One more cool highlight on the very, very top is what I'm thinking. It's not a bad idea. Huh? What do you think? Crouching Quack, by the way, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Most blacks are just dark. I mean, you know, no black is really black. No black is really black. But we leaned away from neutral and into more of a temperature with this one. And I think the blue against the red is what really works about it. I'm going to futz with it a little bit. I'm going to grab just a touch of my ultramarine, not ultramarine, sorry, Prussian blue. And a little bit of titanium white. I'm going to keep it real mild. And the nice thing about oil paints is if I don't like it, you know what I can do is I can just pull it right off. It's not going to be an issue. Oil paints are very, very forgiving once you kind of get over the initial I'm not sure what I'm doing-ness of it all. Just make it up. Make it up as you go. Always come back and futz with it a touch more. Right forearm and a touch on the right toe are about the only things I could think of. Okay, I appreciate that, Sumitha. Black like my soul. How we doing, Happy Heretic? There's a big mold line right across the top of his head. Can you see that? I hate... Oh, do you guys... Have you noticed that? I've been making models for a long time, and I'm very, very careful about my mold lines, but it's like they multiply. Bit more on the left wrinkle, the middle length of the cape near its outer edge. All right, let's follow here. Left wrinkle, middle length of the cape. Here, near its outer edge. Here. Is that what you're talking about, Data Nerd? Missing. Like right here, a little bit more red. I could do that. Old school Shadowrun mini? Ooh, yeah. I swear it's like mold lines multiply, though. If you want to find all the mold lines on your mini, honestly, just put some paint on it. They'll hop right out at you. Alright, see, now we are going to indulge in the unfettered power of oil painting. Just gonna grab this and kind of pull it out. Just pull that out into a nice soft highlight. See how fucking easy that is to do? Like, I cannot emphasize enough how easy it is to do blends like this with oils. It's crazy. Kaylee, thank you so much for the reminder. Yeah, this is the thing too, Gimishkar. I think that people worry too much about things like mold lines. Some of the best paint jobs I've ever seen have mold lines on them. And here's the thing, if you do a good paint job, no one's gonna notice a fucking mold line. Like, honestly, leave it in a shadow. Call it a day. If you're removing mold lines, my advice is to focus, and the only reason this one bothers me is because my advice is focus on the top of the head and on the shoulders. Those are usually the worst ones, and they're the ones you're gonna notice first. Ones other than that, nothing. No, Gimishkar, the premium models now don't have issues with mold lines so much. You know that they're premium because they come with pieces of human hair, fingerprints, bits of silicone mold, and possibly fingernails cast right into them. That's how you know it's premium. Well, yeah, premium prices, you would expect a lot, but you'd apparently be expecting that from the wrong people. I think that highlight on top of his head does a lot for him. What do you? It's just a little bit. It's just a little bit, but I really think it kind of helps to sell the gloss of the top of the helmet. Let's grab a little bit of red and come to what Data Nerd was talking about. We still got a little bit of time to work with. Grab some of this alizarin crimson, which is rapidly becoming one of my new favorite colors. Again, I don't pretend I'm particularly good at using it, but I love it. It's so red. A little cadmium. Overdo it. I don't want to overdo it. I'm just putting in a little cadmium for brightness on the very top, and then we're going to blend it out. There we go. You see, it's very, very bright as it is, but it won't be so much after we do this. Lick the cadmium. Lick the cadmium. Poison yourself. It's cadmium hue, Gimishkar. It's not actual cadmium. Something you should know if you're buying oil paints. If you see something that says hue in it, that means that the pigment in question is probably toxic, and the manufacturer is using something to simulate the pigment, rather than the actual original pigment. So that's just real subtle, Data Nerd, but I think that actually does a lot for it. It just kind of helps with the continuity of the red. Hue means fake. I mean, yeah, that's another way of putting it. Grim Nation Hobbies. Oh, you're talking about you're talking about this one.
Do it.
Did I use blue? I feel I heard that, and I feel I see it. Yes. So this black is lamp black, Prussian blue, and then highlighted with little bits of titanium white, and then blended. Yeah, I agree with you, Data Nerd. I think that really kind of helps sell the continuity. Like, it was just that one fold that was kind of missing the highlight. I'm going to ease this out a little bit. This is actually fairly bright. I think it could be a little softer. It's pretty far away from the blade, and it is on fabric, so it shouldn't be very strong. And again, like, this is a wonderful thing about oils. This has been sitting here for a while, and I can just come in with a soft brush and just draw it wherever I want it to be. Real easy, like. That way our highlight on top of the cape is a little harsh, and then as you go down the cape, it gets much, much softer. I'm sorry. Simulating the color, not the pigment. That's okay. We're really getting into the weeds of nomenclature at that point, Kursala. They're simulating the color that the pigment would give the paint. Does that work for you? Is that good? Do a little dance? Huh? A little song and dance for you? Be glad to share the snow we got down here. When the snow makes it this far south, I wish I know the rest of you are in trouble. It's been a bit much lately. Ease this out a little bit, too. At this point, I'm just going to go over and kind of ease out some parts that I'm not totally happy with. We got a very subtle amount of red in here that I actually think works just fine. I find myself looking up at the screen to get a read on the model, because I feel like the camera works better than my eyeballs do, which is interesting. It's probably not true, it's just a feeling I get. Touch up some of these spots on the opposite side of the model where you're not going to be seeing so much red. It could use a little more punch. Not like a lot, just a little bit. You wish you'd magnetize the arm? Oh my god, no. I just wish I hadn't glued it on. But you know, even then, I worked with it. I worked around it. It's okay. Gentle, gentle, gentle. It was kind of nice to have a snow day, though. It's when the heavy snows come that I'm particularly glad I don't need to go that many places. Don't need to go far when I do have to go out. Maybe a couple more hits on the shin armor just to pop it a little bit. Aaron Heath Art, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. How are you doing on this very fine Thursday? I hope you're having a good one. Not a lot. I don't want to do a lot here. I want to be very, very soft. I just want to pick up some of the details a little bit more. Like right here, there's a little cut in. I could do with a little definition. Reminding myself of the parts of the... Because, like, the shin plates are supposed to be a glossy black. So they can do with a few extra hits that the fabric doesn't want so much. This is away from my golden angle, so if I'm being honest, I'm not going to think too much about it. Alright, let's ease those out. Just looking through the art section, found the stream, and love the way you painted this. Where do you go to buy these miniatures from? Well, this particular mini is from the game, the tabletop war game Star Wars Legion, which was originally published and sculpted by the talented team at Fantasy Flight Games, but then moved over to Atomic Mass Games, who is their current publisher. And these can be found in a good number of places. This mini in particular can. We're going to be working soon on one that cannot be found so many places. That being this Star Wars Celebration Limited Edition Vader that I'm always eager to show off because I'm really just super duper happy that I got my hands on one of these guys. These were going for like $500 on eBay not long ago. Like, if you can find them, I think they still go for like $300. It's stupid. I was really, really lucky to get one for a reasonable price, because I was straight up not paying that much money. Yes, Kursala, Yoo-hoo is chocolate milk. Deal with it. That's exactly what I'm saying. blue there, like, at all, did I? God, that button's so small. I want to take another tip from Steel Rebel, another talented oil painter, and take one of these brushes and pull it down to like a single strand, because you can do that with oil paint. You don't need a full brush to do fine details. You can do it with a single strand of a brush. She's got one that she's just kind of trimmed down that far, and it's really good for doing individual detailing. That's it for you, huh, Kursala? I resign. Well, welcome in, Aaron Heath. Hope you like what you see. We work on a lot of different stuff around here. I am, at my heart, I am a wargamer. So I work on primarily wargaming figures. And I do try to focus on paint jobs that are more practical than difficult for the most part. But every now and then I want to do something a little bit more special, something like a character, you know? Something a little greener to work with here. Because I'm not really reading the green on his belt, and I do want that splash of green. There we go. That's better. That's better. Do it on the other side. Why the hell not? It's got green buttons on both sides. And try to get one of these Vaders at some point. Yeah, this... Okay, so if you're looking for this Vader in particular, there are 2 Vaders that are available for purchase for Star Wars Legion. There is this Vader, which comes in the core set, and this is the Commander Vader. This is the first sculpt that they did. It is not bad, but it is like the first sculpt that they did. And it's okay. If you're looking for this one, which is in my opinion a significantly better Vader, this is the Operative Vader. He is sold on his own. So that's what you're looking for if you're looking for a Vader. Look for the Operative Darth Vader. Oh, I threw down a little bit of... I've got permanent green light. It's just kind of like a yellow green. I think I'm going to touch it with a tiny bit of actual yellow. Grab a bit of a light blue here. And just dab our blue button. Yeah, close enough. We're not going to be really all that focused on the buttons on his stupid chest anyway. We focused almost all of our effort on getting the lightsaber glow to look right. So, as long as that works, I'm pretty happy with it. Let me go into his eye a little bit here. So I feel like I might not have done that quite strong enough. Stupid torso light bright. There is his eye showing up a little bit better there? Let's get close. Because there's not much space to work with there. But I tried to pick up the rim below his eye lens and then the eye lens itself. Just a touch. Just a touch, not a lot. I don't want to overdo it. There's just not much space to work with. Grab a little bit of the red and ease it out on his eyebrow, because that's real bright. It shouldn't be quite that bright. This is a good example of where blending means, like, really just, I'm just tapping. I am just tapping the surface of the model with this brush. I'm not moving it, essentially, at all. Alright, I'll tell you something I do want to do real quick is grab some of this lamp black. Grab some of this lamp black and just establish a teeny separation between the two reflective areas, because there is a change in direction bell of his helmet. I don't want it to be huge. I don't want it to be too stark, so actually ivory black might be a better choice. Just here. Just to separate the two glows. A little bit. A little bit. Doesn't take much. Well, thank you for saying so, Silent Meister. How you doing today, man? Well, now this is the point of a model, of any given model, and I've talked about this before, but I'm at that point where I'm like, is there more that I could do? Yes. Is it done being painted? Arguably, no. Am I done painting it? I think I am. I think I'm gonna let it rest here. I'm gonna take some pictures of it, get a better idea of what it's gonna look like in the light box, and I'm gonna tilt it back a little bit so you can get some better light on it. And based on how those pictures come out, I'll decide if I want to do more to it. Really happy with how the blue-black has come out in particular. It is just so snappy. And it contrasts so well with the red glow. I could not be happier with that recipe. That's something we're definitely doing on the final Vader. DMK Wizard. This is an official Vader. This is for the game Star Wars Legion. This is the operative version of Vader that they released. I'm really glad that we came back and redid the OSL glow on his helmet, because I think that that is the most important part of what we're doing here, and it just did not look right before. It just didn't. This is much more what I had in mind. And DMK Wizard, we've done one other. There are actually two Vaders available for Star Wars Legion. There's the one on the left here, and then there's the one on the right. The one on the left is the first sculpt that you get in the core set. It's okay. It's not a great sculpt, but it was like one of the first ones that Fantasy Flight Games had done. And then this one they released sometime later, and it's overall improved. The proportions are better, the pose is better, the details are better. It's just a better Vader. Alright, let's take a moment and do a little bit of cleanup, folks. I'll tell you what I'm happy with is I've only used, let me see. Where'd the other brush go? Here it is. This is something I've been trying to do, is keep track of which brushes I'm using for what. I only used 4 brushes tonight. That's not bad. Now, admittedly, I'm not working with that many colors, so I didn't need to change all that much, but still, just 4? When 2 of them are blending brushes, and one of them I only used because I was blending cool and warm and didn't want to commingle them too much, like, that's not terrible. Not much of a Star Wars fan, but that looks great. Thank you so much for saying so, DMK Wizard. I really do appreciate it, man. Particularly if you're not a Star Wars fan. Because you don't have that nostalgia, coloring your perception. Which I definitely do. I suffer from the dopamine hits that Disney gives me. Still do not want to see a game where you can get 3 Vaders on the table at one time. Now, you can, if you're playing Imperial against Imperial, you can have 2 Vaders on the table at the same time, fighting one another, which is just kind of like it's a war game, these things happen sort of situation. I don't think you can have 3, though. Because if you're running Operative Vader, you can't run Commander Vader, and vice versa. It's the same for all named characters. We actually have a lot of good learning resources and very, very experienced people on the Discord. If you're curious, really, at any point, if you're curious about anything that I'm doing, and I don't mean this to be entirely, self-serving, but, there are very few... That's not even true. Let me say true things and not self-aggrandizing things. The Thunderhead Studio Discord is a fantastic resource to get started. We have a lot of painters from a lot of different sort of walks of painting. We've got people who paint mostly busts and statues, and I do a little bit of that too. Here's a Judge Dredd that we did as part of a multi-stream with Steel Rebel. That red painted on. Oh no, that's all the red on here is painted on. There is nothing actually illuminated on this model. Which I've actually I look at this one and I think oh god, I've gotten better at doing this since then. But yeah, we did this Judge Dredd along with Steel Rebel. This is one of my favorite printed busts. This came out great. We've done a few other things in oil. I don't have the Sanguinius that I did in oil because that was a gift for a friend, so that's gone. What else do I have that I've done recently? Got a bunch of militia bowmen, but they're boring. They're boring. They're just toothless peasants with bows. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see that. I'm glad you enjoyed that one, Voxel Forge. We're going to try to do some more of that in the future. We've got some more streamers recently who have been interested in doing the Supercell concept, which is something that we came up with last year, and I want to make it more regular. Hasn't exactly worked out so far, but we just keep trying. We just keep trying. Seen some Star Wars figures with LEDs wired in. Yeah, actually, the Vader that I am using as the inspiration for doing this glow, the picture of that, somebody wired in LEDs. I don't know. I like to just paint. I don't like to do a whole bunch of extra battery-powered whoosy-whatsits on my figures, Show painted robot. Oh, I can do that. We've got some painted robots. We do a lot of battle tech around here. Oh, all my free Worlds Guard are out in the game room right now. I do have this. This is a 3D printed clan vulture that has been completely fucked up by an Inner Sphere Centurion, or as it is also known, the Metalcore Collectibles Tyrant. This came out pretty good. I'm actually really happy with this. This Tyrant is so poseable. It's absolutely nuts. If you're interested in this figure, I really recommend hit ! Metalcore in chat. That'll give you a link over. Did I design the STL? Not in this case, Communist JK. This STL was designed by Ion Raptor, who is a member of the community and a very talented sculptor, and then this was designed by Cyber Knight, also known as Metalcore Collectibles. I do have a bunch that I have designed. Of course, again, most of those are out in the game room right now. I should have a button to show those off. Let me see. Here's one that one of our community members, Gus Schultz, painted. This is one of my sculpts. And for those of you who are anime fans, you may recognize... Yeah, Gimishkar, that one's out in the game room right now. It's terrible timing on my part. Those of you who are versed in anime and BattleTech may recognize this guy. This is the titular Dugram from Fang of the Sun Dugram, abandoned in the desert and left to rot. And Gus Schultz did a really great job on weathering this guy overall. This is a great paint job. But this was a sculpt that I did. Let me see. I have an oil paint job on a Grey Death Legion Shadowhawk that I never finished. I never finished this paint job. It only, like, come to think of it, I had no fucking idea what I was doing when I started this, and then I just kind of laid off it. I should come back to it and finish this paint job. Right now, just minis, DMK Wizard. I think he's talked recently about doing STLs, but either way, you should, if you're into 6mm, you should absolutely check that out. Negative Charisma, 2 images are for missed streams if it's not scheduled. This last one was scheduled. These STLs are available on Thingiverse. These ones are all free. If you go to my link tree, you can get a link over to my Thingiverse page where all those are available. I've got a bunch of them. I've got the blockhead that I never finished painting. Also, oh god, it's embarrassing how many minis I haven't finished painting. But this is another one of my Battletech sculpts. I'm a really big fan of Fang of the Sun Dugram, so I did a lot of these original ones. Very anime. But that's how I like my giant robots. And also, ironically, I like my giant robots very small. Am I familiar with the concept of drier lights and wetter darks? The clear sound of jewels. Drier lights and wetter darks. No. I don't know that I've ever heard that phrase before. I'm very curious what it might mean. This is another one that was done by the same guy who did that vulture who was on the base of that mini. This is a Bane, or Kraken, that was sculpted by Ion Raptor. This sculpt is not really available. I don't think he's made this available almost anywhere, but I was lucky enough to get my hands on one of them. This was entirely dry brushed in acrylics, except the white striping. That I did by hand, but this was just acrylic dry brushing. And I kind of did it this way to show off how a good sculpt doesn't really demand that much from the painter. It's a big, brutal, missile-y bitch. Yeah, this is a great sculpt that he did. Because the original design for this mech is not that exciting. He added a lot of character to it. I haven't based it yet. It's just kind of sitting here. I need to do something with it. Anything else interesting? Oh, because you're asking about things that I sculpt. I do have one mini here that I actually sculpted and painted myself. I've got more of them, but again, they're all out in my game room. This is one of the round facers from Fang of the Sun Dugram, also known as the Griffin from Battletech. And this one is also done entirely in acrylics in the Lyran Royal Guard color scheme. I kind of want to retry something like this in oils. I also sculpted the base that he's on here. It's meant to be in like a city. Yeah, I'm really a big fan of these classic designs, particularly when they have lots of cockpit glass like this. It's just such a wonderful thing to paint. And people will be like, well, it doesn't make any sense. Why would you put glass on your big robot? Someone's going to shoot through your glass. To that I say, why the fuck are we taking tanks and putting legs on them? That doesn't make any sense either. Shut up. If the argument is that Battletech should be realistic, stop talking. No, it shouldn't. That's crazy. That's insane. It's space glass. Communist JK, thank you so much. Yes. It's space glass. Let's deal with it. And something I need to paint, and I'll move on to the Storm Report here, because I know some people are waiting for it. Something I definitely need to paint that I want to get to soon is I did these sculpts, which are like in the hangar versions of those mechs. And you can see the cockpit has been swung open, and there's a little, and you probably can't see it because it's just in black. But there's a little seat in there, and there's little controls. And same thing for this guy. You can see his cockpit has been hinged open forward. And if you look down in there, there's a little seat and controls where the guy would sit. Where is... Here. This is maybe the most anime of all those original anime sculpts, is the original Battlemaster / Bigfoot from Dugram. Big old bubble cockpit. This is one of my favorites. I really need to put some paint on this guy. All these sculpts, again, can be found for free on my Thingiverse, and if you have a resin printer, you can print them off at home. How to get started modeling stuff like this, Communist, that is a fairly big question. I would recommend, because it's hard for me to give comprehensive answers right now, I would recommend hopping onto the Thunderhead Studio Discord. We have a lot of sculptors over there who could certainly help you get started. We got channels devoted specifically to 3D modeling and sculpting. So If you want to get started, that's the place to go. We got a lot of people who work with free software too, which is where you want to start. You don't pay for anything right off the bat. Start with free stuff, and then figure out what you want to pay for if you want to pay for it. Yeah, no, I don't blame you, Sumitha. I've got one. Where is he? Well, he's not assembled. He's over there on the shelf, though. Yeah. I've sculpted my own Star Wars minis. Why don't I mention that ever? Where is he? It's right there. I can see him. Can I reach him? I'm gonna try to reach him. I'm gonna try to reach him past the camera. Bum, 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. It's Chopper. Look at this sassy little son of a bitch. Isn't he great? This is my sculpt, and this is just because I love Chopper. I told you guys I love Rebels. And Chopper is like a better version of R2-D2. He is the most murderous of... Yeah, this droid is a straight-up mass murderer. He is directly responsible for the deaths of arguably thousands of people. He's, and he's sassy, too. Look at him. He's got his hand on his hip. He's going... Wah, 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 wah. And half those words are probably fuck. I think he's actually labeled as that, because a series of poses of this model are available at Steel Warrior Studios that I did, and I think that I named him, yeah, like Sassy Utility Droid. That reminds me, I meant to sculpt an AP5, and I never finished him. God, what's wrong with me? Why do I have so many projects? Why do I have so many projects, you guys? Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we take a break from my projects? And have a look at yours.
All right, locusts and gentlemen, ready to feast your eyes on glor pate and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Yeah, I have way more projects than I have time to complete them, and it is only after 2 years of going insane with them that I've reached a point where I can be like, okay, today, this is what I'm doing. I want to do this thing, but I'm going to write it down instead of just doing it. And then, later when I've thought about it some more, then I can put some time in. Follow the dopamine. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. Probably, Shoshi. Probably. Yeah. I got diagnosed as a kid with ADD and put on Ritalin. And I honestly don't know what happened with that. I kind of, after a while, just sort of like stopped taking it. And then never got mentioned again. And now I'm just a complete fucking scatterbrain. So there's a very solid chance that I need to be medicated. I got beer. Beer's like medication, right? It's got medicine in it. I'm sure somewhere on here it says it's got medicine in it. Where is it? I've seen it. Hang on. Here it is. Consumption of alcoholic beverages impairs your ability to drive a car or operate machinery and may cause health problems. See, that's medicine right there. I've seen that on other bottles of medicine that I've taken. All right, let's keep going here. Ritalin Light. Oh, God, I'm so mentally healthy. Oh, here we have from NMO Xander Shade to get us started. Ooh, man, we got quite a few entries tonight. The promised collage of a completed Polygon Masterworks Brokeback 4P and a previously shown but newly based Atlas. Now that my Steiner/General Merc units are finished, I'm planning on painting some Beta Galaxy Wolves, including my first Catalyst models. Got gray and tan Vallejo, so this shouldn't take terribly long, hopefully. Famous last words. Ah, yeah, okay, this does look better. The strength in gold is not... I like that Atlas! We saw this guy before some of the finishing touches went down on him. I really kind of like the orange contrasted with the gold. The gold's very yellow, the orange is very red. They work well together. And the splash of green for all your medium lasers does pretty well. Yeah, the Atlas. The Atlas, everybody loves the Atlas. You just had to come in here and hail like the most stereotypical fucking casual-ass mech you could, didn't you, Yi? I don't actually hate the Atlas. I like the Atlas a lot. I'm searching for any excuse I can to ridicule Matt Yi, and he's not giving me many opportunities, so I'm scraping the bottom of the barrel here. A mad type. Somebody fucking ban Matt. We don't serve your kind here, goddamn clanners. Okay, Yi, you want to go? Why is it called the Mad Cat, huh? What's the story? There's a story. What is it? Tell it to me. Hit exclamation point Discord. That will give you a link right on over there, Shoshi. Looks really good. What is it from? The Atlas? Yeah, so this guy... Hang on, I need to adjust my window here so I can see all of chat. So this guy up here is a Hunchback from Polygon Masterworks 3D printed. I'm not sure where this specific Atlas sculpt is from. This may be one of Syllogy's. A lot of the... Because these models were designed by PGI when they made MechWarrior Online. And a lot of them have been ported out and converted into 3D printing models because they were a huge upgrade. Yeah, you got it right. Congratulations. That's it. That's totally it. Well done. I love the black and blue. I love the black and blue. And I like the kind of motley way that it's applied, too. We got a blue leg. We got a black leg. It's a black leg with a blue stripe. Black arm with a blue stripe. Is there a stripe of black? It's not completely motley. So it's just blue here, and then the blue stripe down the center. That is a nice looking Atlas. Let me ask a question. Anybody in here who is into... Because we got a lot of people right now in chat who know Battletech. Battletech, A Game of Armored Combat, 4th edition. With the picture of an Atlas on the front. It's like a 3/4 low angle looking up at an Atlas. And it's all in like a sepia golden light. And the Atlas has, like, from the nose down, it's got the Death's Head skull face. And then it has a smooth glass visor that goes up. And then there's another band of metal that kind of rides it like a headband. And then it's another smooth glass visor coming back over the dome of the head. Is that a particular Atlas? Does anyone know? Like, is that supposed to be an Atlas 2C, or is that just another interpretation of a standard Innersphere Atlas? Because I'm really curious about it. I've seen that piece of art I don't know how many times, and it's like very recently I looked at it and went, why does the Atlas have a glass dome for a head? Is it just artist interpretation? Well, Project Dark Fox. I know we've got a lot on our plates. But you in particular, Project Dark Fox, I'm just saying maybe think about that. I'm just saying maybe consider what an Atlas would look like if it were built kind of like that. You know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? You picking up what I'm laying down? Huh? Yeah. It's a good look, isn't it, Communist? Which channel should I post in? So, Shoshi's Minis. Any of the showcase channels are good. Every stream, we refresh the channel that I'm in right now, which is called the Storm Report. It closes when I start the Storm Report, so it closed just a minute ago. But as soon as the stream is over, the channel is going to be refreshed, and you can go ahead and start posting in it, and that'll be the first ones that pop up when we do the next stream, which is going to be this upcoming Sunday. My mech mind is closed for renovation, though. Okay, in that case, maybe just take a note someplace that when business is booming again, you'll remember to find it, because otherwise I might forget. Mad Dog was so cash money. Ooh, you know what? It always got me that it wasn't like the Innersphere should have named them the Mad Dog and the Mad Cat, and Vulture should have been the name that the clans had for it. But that's a whole other thing. Lovely work. Lovely work, Xander Shade. Really like the blue and black on that Atlas. Coming down here, we have from Roland TG. These, Roland, are probably the best photos you have ever taken. Oh my god, look at how well lit the Mini is. Look at how soft the light is. Oh. Are there improvements that could be made to this photography? Yes. Is this an order of magnitude better than anything that we've gotten from Roland before? And there will be no besmirching of this photography. Could it be better? Yes. But the fact is, guys, I've said it 1,000 times if I've said it once. taking pictures of minis is as hard or harder than painting them in the first place. We're not all photographers, and not all of it is obvious. This is nice. This is nice. They could do with a wash. They could do with a wash, Project Dark Fox, but let's focus. I get the opportunity to watch a lot of painters grow from their first minis in this stream, which is one of my great pleasures in this stream, honestly. And so I know where Roland started here. And the fundamentals have come a long way. I see a lot of the growth in Roland that I see in Ren Momo when he's posting, which is that, you know what? These base coats are nice and smooth. They're not obscuring any of the detail as some of the previous ones did. It doesn't look like there's any colors here that are in any place they weren't meant to be. So we've got a huge improvement in brush control, and this yellow, which on some previous ones has been a little thin, a little splotchy. Yellow's a hard color to put down. This has gone down nicely. Roland, that yellow is popping. That yellow is popping, baby. I love it. Yeah, I mean, at this point, if you handed this mini to me, I'd put like a black wash on it, or maybe a dark brown wash over the whole thing. These look really, really nice. Is that a horned owl? Wait, what is this? Isn't a horned owl. What is this? I should know what this is. It looks like half a Zeus mingled with a horned owl. What am I looking at? Crossbow. Pfft. Okay. I guess I've never really thought much about the cross. How many fucking mechs are there? There's like 500 mechs or something stupid like that. I'm supposed to know every one. Okay, I know that this one is it's a Cyclops, right? I get that right? Isn't it? With the thing on the back? God, I hope I got that right. I'm gonna be embarrassed if I didn't. I don't like the Cyclops all that much. It's never been a favorite, but it's really, really iconic, which I think works in its favor. I don't know. I didn't know anything about the mechs as a 7-year-old. I just knew mech go brr about the mech lore. Matt, honestly, that's the best place you can still be as an adult. Who gives a shit? I fucking love Battletech, and if you want to get into a conversation about it and someone's like, oh, yes, and of course, then that mech was available after the Lyrians invaded as part of Operation Bulldog, and I'm like, I don't fucking care. Which robot? Just what does it look like? What animal is it named after? Come on. Kaylee, thank you for the reminder. Thousands of colonized worlds, lots of different people building machines on different planets. Yeah, I don't think there are many wrong answers. Hang on a second. Oh, I got something in my eye there. I wanted to try to pull it out. Space Hawk! Riot Sister knows where it's at. Nice work, Roland. And greatly improved photography. Greatly improved photography. Here we have from Squared, Per Thunderhead's request, all the current mechs for the first Orloff Grenadiers. And it really comes together when you line them up. Really comes together when you line them up. I'm going to say, for continuing to do this scheme, if I were going to focus on any one thing, Squared, it's the cockpit glass. You've got a good gradient on it. You've got a good color choice, particularly the purple against the kind of yellow gold that you have for the torso. And admittedly, on some of these, it's really, really hard to do, like the Black Knight, who has basically no cockpit glass to speak of. But work on punching up that saturation and that brightness, just to make that purple really pop. Consider leaning almost more into the magenta than anything else. Like, because your highlights on the glass are fairly desaturated. They're moving, towards white. Try moving them more towards, like, a bright magenta. Not necessarily because it's realistic, but just to give them that nice bright focal point, because it's there now, but it gets lost a little bit. And the rest of the mechs look so nice. So nice. That's my takeaway, Squared. It's a damn good looking group of mechs. Here we have from Mafik. It's done, by the way, and I'm still rusty because it's been a while. Haven't done medieval character design. Look at this sassy motherfucker. Look at this sassy motherfucker. Speaking of sassy motherfuckers, what's up, Supernaut? How you doing today, man? As someone who got into Battletech because of Tex Talks Battletech, I am that guy. Hey, you know what, Automat? There are no wrong answers when it comes to being into big, stumpy robots. Look at this sassy motherfucker right here. Look at him. With the hand on the hip and everything. Oh my, and what hips he has. I love that we have a hound skull / pig face bassinet over here. Mafik, this is my favorite helm from the medieval period of Europe. This is a helm that would have been fairly common in the late 14th century becoming significantly less common moving into the 15th century. I absolutely adore it. And for those of you who might not be aware, this is the helm that the famous or arguably infamous Beaky Marines from Warhammer 40k is based on. Yeah, there's I have a hard time putting my finger on exactly what it is, Mafik, but yeah, everything here is it seems like it's more defined. Pop is the word that I would use, and I can't quite define exactly why, but I'm really liking what I'm seeing here. I don't care, just tell me what animal it looks like. Ah, fuck, Kaylee got me good. Damn it. Ah, wounded by my own words. Early concept for it was supposed to be a scary face helm from the Holy Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire had some truly crazy and ridiculous over-the-top armor, banners, and general styles, particularly if you're into slashes. Also, interesting fact, the Holy Roman Empire never contained Rome and wasn't particularly holy. But that's a completely different subject and would prompt quite a long conversation. Yeah, this is Germans. Germans who are really into cosplaying as Romans. I like this style of... This would be a salet. Someone in the chat is going, it's pronounced salé. Well, I'll have you know that it is an anglicized word, and I can pronounce it with a hard T if I want to. Thank you very much. They did not control Italy several times. Parts of Italy, WJ. As far as I know, not Rome. Or if they did, it was for a very brief period of time. But they existed for several hundred years in which they called themselves the Holy Roman Empire. It's not Holy Roman. There's a T in it, and you can't hide from... Oh, yeah. Some of the fanciest armor from the Holy Roman Empire they had. The Holy Roman Empire was very fancy. Very, very fancy indeed. Like I say, ironically not very holy. There was actually a pretty big and uncommon secular movement inside of the Holy Roman Empire for a big portion of its existence. This is pretty great. This is pretty great, Mafik. I love the use of the ring mail. I like this nasty little, like, beak chopper we got here. We got a classic pole arm over here. Oh, I like it. I like it. Wonderful work. Second concept on the shield to be a spiked tarred shield. Yeah, nice little guy. Yeah. All right. Let's come down here. We have from the Punished Fink more and more. The Black Watch come together. I was actually able to play a game at my local game store. Even though oh my god, I just crashed into my own cart covered in oil paints. Okay, I didn't damage anything. Let me move it before I fucking smash it. Jesus. What's wrong with me? Even though the Black Knight was the only royal mech in the group, it got headshotted twice and died turn 3. Taken 2 ain't too bad. Highlander, on the other hand, managed to death from above and awesome and almost took off its left torso. This sounds like a hell of a game. Black Knights are getting headshotted, Highlanders are death from above and awesomes. Like, what fucking what cowboys are playing this game? The Crab was able to take pot shots at a K2 catapult and really cripple it. Mongoose was giving the enemy Commando a good lesson in speed. All in all, I love this lance. Next mech to tackle, and the last is the Mongoose. Really looking forward to playing another game with the Royal Black Watch mechs. Maybe this time the Black Knight won't lose its head. It's funny. It's funny. It's only a flesh wound. Really do like the blue glow we have from the PPC here. And really, this is a lovely rich green, and I think that the tartan effect you've done is particularly effective on these guys. It's a little soft from the front, but as soon as you see like the Highlander from the side or the Crab from kind of a top angle, like, oof, that comes out nice. Real nice. Wonderful work, Punished Fink. Just wonderful. I'll be very curious to find out what you wind up doing with the bases on them. Because, man, putting in a little bit of a contrasting color here is going to go a long way towards helping the rest of the mini just kapow! Just pop right out. Alright, coming down here we have from Kaylee. Started some work on some Draconis Combine stuff today. First time painting mechs or really anything at this scale. I usually do 3mm. Okay, that's an interesting direction. Somebody says, this is the first time I've painted something in this scale. I think to myself, oh, they've been doing 28mm. They've been doing 75mm. They've been doing maybe 12 to 15mm. 3? Painting 3mm? Crazy person. Oh my god. Okay. That being said, for anyone worried about the cost of paints who want to get into the hobby, I'm doing these with cheap Walmart apple barrel paints and a brown wash. Hey, it is a poor craftsman who blames his tools. You can paint with anything. Now, I usually recommend people start with other paints, but, you know, if you got it, it works. You don't need expensive paints and brushes to get game-ready minis on the table. That much is very much the truth. Just start painting. I really can't argue with this. Only the Kintaro with the grit on the base is actually done. I know that feeling. The others are in various stages of assembly line awaiting periods. Honestly, for Apple Barrel, this looks pretty good. For Apple Barrel, this looks pretty good. Particularly, well, that's the thing. Like, and you can learn to use any kind of paint, and how well the paint goes down is going to depend largely on how well you understand how to thin it, and how well you prime the minis for the most part. Clearly you have an idea what you're doing, because this Apple Barrel paint job looks pretty damn crisp. The Kintaro looks real nice. Small table to play on, do what I gotta. You know what, you're making it look good. You're making it look real good. Fucking Draconis Combine, I swear. I swear. I really like the kind of, because you got like a yellow highlight on that very kind of like terracotta red, and it actually plays pretty nicely. Good looking on the spider too. What sculpt is that spider? Who did that one? Is that a Sylogy mech? Because it's more posed than a lot of the NWO spiders that I've seen. There's an assassin in there. They don't get enough love. Yeah, we got an assassin right here. We got a locust back here. It looks like a 1V, which is a bold choice. We got a panther kicking it over here. We got a crab. We got a Jenner. The Jenner's one of my favorites. The Jenner is one of my all-time favorite mechs. And of course, the King Crab. Who can argue with the King Crab? The entire point behind the King Crab is we need a mech that can knock out almost any other mech with a single alpha strike. And damn it if he doesn't fit the bill. That's the King Crab, Maggie. This is a King Crab, and this is a crab. There's also a Hermit Crab, which, I'm not actually that familiar with the Hermit Crab or where it fits into the armaments of our other crab name mechs. Make your own paints and try to paint with them. I think that would be cool. DMK Wizard, I leave that to our very own Kursala and Data Nerd. They do a fantastic job over there with their Rainy River Designs paints. I'm doing so many things right now, like, no way in hell am I gonna expand that out into making my own paint. Oh my god. I would go completely insane. Completely. It's got 2 light PPCs on the Hermit Crab. Really? I didn't realize it had that much punch. Hermit Crab is very new. That might explain why that was introduced in Ill Clan. Okay. There's so many mechs that I don't write anything off if I haven't heard of it, but I saw the Hermit Crab and I was like, I don't recognize that. Is that a... I mean, it could have been in some source book and I just never knew. I didn't realize it was that new. Okay. Well, that's pretty cool. Lovely work on those, Kaylee. And honestly, this is one of the best paint jobs I've seen with Apple Barrel. Fucking fantastic. Oh god, excuse me. Here we have from NMO Xandershade. This just in. Had a non-productive day due to insurance being idiotic, as it will be. But I did get 12 of my Clan Wolf Beta Galaxy mechs primed and tan tops. Hey. That's pretty good for assembly line work. Nice looking group of mechs. Oh my god, we got so many 2Cs in here. Is that a Warhammer 2? We got a couple of Hellbringers / Lokis. Bear with me, Clan mechs, man. They always fucking get me. I'm usually taking a shot in the dark because I don't remember what they're called. We got our Vulture here, of course. We have our Orion 2C. We've got a Thor. Is that a Thor? I think it's a Thor. Yeah, we got a Mad Cat over here. We got a Hunchback 2C. We have an ugly motherfucker, who I'm sure is called something. We have what appears to be a cougar. Yeah. Highlander 2C? Maybe that's what that is? It's entirely possible. PGI is the company that made MechWarrior Online Aaron Heath art. A lot of the art for MechWarrior and BattleTech is very, very old. Like, it came about in the 80s and 90s. And MechWarrior Online, they redid a lot of sculpts to update them to a more modern aesthetic. So if someone says PGI mech, that means it's a mech that was designed by PGI for MechWarrior Online, which has been subsequently converted into a miniature. Ice Ferret, Stormcrow, Highlander 2C. And this is a gargoyle? That's not a gargoyle. No, the gargoyle has the funny shoulders. This is a executioner? Maybe? Fucking clan mechs. Fucking clan mechs. I mean, they're good looking clan mechs, but they're still fucking clan mechs. Oh my god. It's a good looking. It's a damn good looking lineup, Xander Shade, and I can't wait to see what you do with them. Good job on the assembly line getting those base coats down. They look nice and smooth. Here we have, from Negative Charisma, also known as PixelJet, and thank you for doing that, by the way, because I know that I've, like, referred to you as two separate people in the past, and I swear to God I don't do it on purpose. There's a lot of names, and a lot of people's names are different between Discord and Twitch. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh. I like this mini. First of all, nice lighting. Nice lighting on this one. This is some stylish lighting. We've got a nice warm orange off to one side, and we got this cool cyan blue over here. That's a nice job. I like that. It really helps to kind of see the details here. Give some dramatic shading. Like, this is good. Is that made of cotton candy? God, I hope not. Wouldn't last long on the table. Yeah, this is a nice... I agree, Sumatha. This is a nice dynamic pose to a model without being over the top. Because there's such a thing as, I think, too dynamic. Not for every model. Like, you want some that are maybe jumping through the air and shooting. But at the same time, you want more neutral poses. And just standing with your arms at your side isn't great. But this, he looks like he's stepping forward and kind of bracing himself a little bit like he's about to get ready to fire. It's a pose that is suggestive of future motion, if you will. This is a lovely print. Damn. Yeah, it's not vanilla, but it's also not, leaping off of a tactical rock and shooting fire out of its ass. The most pieces you've ever printed for one mini, for sure. Yeah, nice. I mean, he's got 4 arms. You know what you could do with those, don't you? Look at how thick those digits are. Oh, shit. You know the tower kind of like cows, right? You ever go cow tipping, Matt? Wanna go do a little cow tipping for the greater good, huh? Wait, I'm gonna do a Sparky. I'm gonna do a Sparky. You ready? Wait, hold on. Oh, damn it! I shouldn't have said anything. It's hard to do. It's not like, yeah, okay. I should practice these things in front of a mirror. It's I'm from the city. What's cow tipping? Yeah, he does have a little bit of the General Grievous. I like how the arm is not only mounted above but slightly behind. It's kind of the only way you can make this work. I'm guessing Fusion Blaster here and Burst Cannon here. I'm guessing that's what these are. I'm honestly more familiar with the Tau than many other armies in 40k. This is lovely. This is lovely, Pixel Gent. Please put some paint on that. Oh my god. Here we have from Pun Expected, seeing what I can get done in a 4-hour stream, you madman. One of the male pinups from Kingdom Death. The Visionary. His creamy thighs beckon you. Ooh. Ooh. His creamy thighs kind of do beckon me. Damn, he's got that 300 energy going on. For the love of God, Pun Expected, crop your photos. God damn it. If you cropped it down around just the mini, it would be so much larger on the screen right now. I am going to blame you for my shortcoming as a streamer. You maniac. It really is a gorgeous model. Oh my god. Look at the skin tone. He's both pale but still reads as skin, which every time I try to do pale skin tones, they end up looking dead, but he doesn't look like a corpse. The face is really well done. The little splashes of red in there, the ruddy on his... I can't zoom in on Discord. Like I said, this is a weakness of the way that I do this, pun expected. Should I improve it? Yes. But in the meantime, crop your photos, you maniac. More sexy man minis, please. Yeah, we're starting to build up a theme here, aren't we? Ooh la la. Lovely, lovely work on the NMM there, too. You did this in 4 hours? What am I doing with my life? I swear. This reads fantastically. I love the base, too. That sort of marble that you have, like, that cool marble effect on the stone with, like, the face right here and everything. Wonderful. Wonderful. I'm always, yeah. I'm not going to say the word, ye, but I am a little curious myself, I confess. How tight is that ass? Coming down here we have from Wheezy. I'm planning to paint a mini in this scheme for a gift. Looking for advice on how to approach it as I don't have an airbrush. Any suggestions? So we're mostly looking at how to divide the blue areas from the white areas. There's going to be a lot of feathering. A lot of feathering with your brush to do this without an airbrush. I would probably focus on the white first. I would paint the whole thing white, and I would probably dry brush highlights and just do like a white mech. And then, yeah, come in with blue and glaze the blue areas in and sort of gently feather them down. That's not like Gimmish card, yes, do it in oils, but that's not the suggestion we're looking for here. That's not the most helpful. So yeah, I would definitely paint it white first and then bring in the blue over top. And, you know, here's the thing too. What I really want to tell you to focus on is you see how much variation there is here? It goes down, up, there's a little jagged part, it goes down again, it goes up, there's a jagged, it goes down, it goes up. Like, you see how this happens about 3 times over the length here? Take that down to 2 max. Take that down to 2 max. Because these paint jobs here on these highly detailed models, it's all about scale. And if you aren't trying to do as many variations, your variations are going to be cleaner. So just kind of compact the details and try to suggest the ragged edge a little bit more than worrying about copying this in a photorealistic sense. Because you have physically less space to work with. And, you know, your brush is like the size of one of this dude's legs. Don't lick the cat. Don't listen to Gimmish Car in any way, shape, or form. Just on anything, apparently. So yeah, I'm gonna say paint it white, use a makeup dry brush to do so, bring in some blues, and glaze them in kind of rough around the edges. I would do the edges, honestly, almost last, like block in your blue glaze for where it's gonna be, and then come in and feather the edges out and make them a little rough. I think that would work. I think that would work, Wheezy. Here we have from Nash, our very own Gimmish Car, and thank you also for doing that, because damn do I ever get confused. A little bit of progress on children's finger paint camo. Oh, that's cool. Alright. This blue to gold yellow is a testament to the power of contrast. These lines are not particularly careful. The shading is not particularly, and this is in no way casting aspersions, the shading here is not particularly careful. Like, this is not a complicated paint job. And this is something that I want Matt Yee to focus on, because we've been talking about this over in his stream lately, that getting in there and painting every single little detail is, in my opinion, not as important as picking the right colors in the first place. Now, this depends on your purpose. If you're painting competition models that are going to be viewed with, you know, a camera lens right up their fucking nose, yeah, paint every little detail and really push yourself as an artist if that's what you're trying to do. If you're trying to paint tabletop models, though, make good decisions before you start. And this is a good decision. These are wonderfully complementary colors. And the best advice I can give on that is get yourself a color wheel. Pick yourself up one of these color wheels that has the little rotating, because I use this all the time. It has a little rotating legend on it. And you can be like, okay, what color do I want here? I'm going to choose green. All right, and we have the tint, the tone, and the shade, and then we have the tetrad, we have the triad, we have the splint complementary. Like, it just tells you this is the color you want to do. It can be as easy when choosing a color scheme for a tabletop army as picking, like, I want them to be red. Okay, let me rotate this around until I'm looking at red. What other colors do I want to use? What's the idea? Okay, I got red. Let's look at our triad here. Then I want to go with yellow and blue. Or let's do a split complementary. Let's go with red, blue, green, and yellow, green. Those 3 colors are going to look amazing together. Absolutely amazing. Get yourself a color wheel. It is so important. UCLA Jedi Knight, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. And this is a good use of a color wheel, even if it wasn't intentional. This is lovely. I really like this. That yellow is rich. It's like a school bus yellow. Pass on my compliments, please, Gimishkar. If you have Photoshop, find a photo, then apply colors to the image, then you can see what it looks like on it. That's another good option. Yeah, I don't do that myself, but that is a good option. Coming down, we have from the Cookie Mama. Posted this in general art. I make mandalas in Krita. I don't know what Krita is. I'm curious. If you care to educate me, I would read it. I'm playing with color, texture, spike numbers. Lately, I've been trying to make sure they're tileable. I like this one. For the value differences, the texture variations, that has some of my favorite colors in it. Those all sound like big galaxy brain art words. I like them quite a lot. Ooh, my. Oh, that's the software. Okay. Oh, this is neat. And I mean, we were just talking about having a color wheel, and so much of this is informed by said color wheel. Look at those greens. Holy moly. Looking at making them tileable. That's interesting. What would you use tileable mandalas for? I mean, I guess tiles is certainly an option, but interesting. Very, very interesting, Cookie Mama. Now, we have a lot of different types of artists around in this community, and it always excites me to see a new type of art that I'm not really familiar with. Like, I know broadly what a mandala is. I've seen enough of them in my life, but it's not something that I've really turned my attention to. Yeah, free digital art software. Okay. Oof. Like this circle of reds going into blues, and then we have this little break of green back into reds, into blues. Oh, this is very pleasing. With most of our yellows keeping towards the edge here. Lovely. Just lovely work, Cookie. Please, Cookie Mama, if you care to share more of that work with us in the future, I would love to see more of what you've done. Again, I won't pretend that I have a huge understanding of it as an art form, but on some level I want to. I very much want to. I'd wear that pattern on a shirt. The shirts get more expensive the more complex the pattern is, though, Yi. They have a $1,000 shirt with the pattern on it is so complex. Anybody? No? Okay. Let's just move on. Here we have from Manrofus. Oh, hold on. Another option is always hit at MechWarrior Online. This is free to download and play. You can tour the store temporarily, modify a mech in whatever colors you want for testing purposes. To a degree, that's true, Sumitha. That's something I strongly recommend to anyone, to find an easy way to test colors on a mech in 3D space. You can be very limited by the fact that those colors are very hard to light properly and to get with the kind of saturation you would do with paint, but they can give you a general idea. Certainly. Thank you. Oh my god, Gimishkar, you have no idea how relieved I am that I'm not the only person who knows what the stupid shit that I was just talking about. Let's just say I recommend everyone who has Netflix go and watch I Think You Should Leave. It's amazing. Here we have from Manro Fasal, Mortarian, Warhammer, Horus Heresy Horus Jersey. I like how it auto-corrected you there. Horus Heresy work in progress. Did a little playing around in PS Express. Wet Warhammer Death Guard 40k. Oh yeah, we're doing Mortarian in the original, like, Dusk Raiders colors, aren't we? Well, I guess they wouldn't have been Dusk Raiders. They would have been Death Guard. But didn't the Death Guard keep the colors of the Dusk Raiders, or am I misremembering that? Now, as I say that out loud, I think maybe the Dusk Raiders were in a different color scheme. But this is the pre-Heresy Death Guard scheme, and it's one of my favorites. I've painted a number of the post-Heresy Death Guard, and I always do them in the pre-Heresy Death Guard colors. This sort of warm off-white and this very pale olive green. Morty with his big, nasty Man Reaper. Ooh la la, what a weird bastard Mortarion is. I like this version of Morty before he got his big crazy wings and became like the Scarecrow from Batman. Lovely work on this. Lots and lots of warm colors. Oh man. There's that one splash. That one splash of color on the inside of the Man Reaper there. I kind of want more. I want more of that color somewhere. I'm not sure of where you would put it. It's just that when I look at this, like, he needs something, doesn't he? It's tricky with characters who have defined color schemes. The yellow on the inside of the cape looks good. I like the weathering, in particular, on the inside of the cape. I like the weathering down on his feet. That looks good. Yeah, the scythe, the Man Reaper, the scythe looks fantastic. It needs more of this, and I don't know exactly where. I'm not going to say you have to go repaint your model. I'm just going to say, dude, if you could find a place to put this color somewhere in here, it would punch up the paint job. It absolutely would punch up the paint job. It's already a fantastic paint job, but man, you're so, like, I try not to give advice where it's not solicited to some degree, but when I see a paint job that's like, this is good, and it's just like one little thing could just push it over the edge, you know, just one little thing could just make it a little, and it would be phenomenal. I can't help but point it out, and I feel like it needs just one little thing to blow your fucking mind. Lovely work either way, man. Rofasol, really, really nice. I love the weathering on it. Here we have from Zombie Brush Studios. Got a tad more work done while working on taking mechs off bases for some 2D base action later on. This guy, Zombie Brush is out of his mind. Crazy working on a piece this large in this style. Really enjoying it. Zombie Brush has a very unique painting style. Very cartoonish, very cel-shaded. He likes to, where most of us painters veer towards heavily detailed 3D textures to guide our painting, this guy seeks 2D textures so he can just comic book draw on details because he's, you know, out of his damn mind. But oh my god, does it ever come together nicely. I am loving this. Now I know you're working on the rest of this. You've focused a lot here on this hand and it really comes through. Got some nice detailing on the metal here, good shading, good lining, particularly on the bandage wrap. That looks fantastic. How many abs does this guy have? He's got like a 12-pack. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, Zombie Brush Studios. But thank you for sharing. Here we have from Merlin. Yeah, I think it is actually from Borderlands. Cookie Mama. I can't say who from Borderlands because I gotta be totally honest with you. I played Borderlands 1 and I was like, yeah, and I never played any of the rest of them. I just never, got JoJo abs. Right? I feel attacked. Matt Yee. I just have like, I got a 1-pack, you know? And Sixers make me feel bad enough. Here we have from Merlin Models. Post to Instagram. Sit back, relax, notice issues you miss. I think we can all sympathize with this. Yeah, exactly, Grim Nation. I have the body of a god. That god is Buddha. And before anyone says anything, I know Buddha's not a god. I know that even in Buddhism, Buddha's not a god, but that ruins the joke. So just fucking go with it. Or think of a fat god that I could use. One of the two. We can all sympathize with this. We get so focused on one part of the mini that we're just like really in love with, and we take a picture and we're like, oh, this looks amazing, and we post it. You wait half an hour. This is the mini painter's version of fridge logic, which is a term that was coined, I believe, by Alfred Hitchcock. Talking about the fridge logic in a movie, for those of you who don't know, is like you watch a movie and you're like, whoa, what a movie. These things definitely happened. That was a movie I saw. How exciting. And then you go home and you walk your dog and you have something to eat, and it's late at night and you walk out and you open up your fridge and you're just kind of staring into it, wondering, like, well, what am I going to have? Like, what am I hungry for? And then it occurs to you. You're like, wait a second. That doesn't make any fucking sense. That's fridge logic. Once you dwell on it a little while, suddenly it comes to you at the least expected time. And, yeah, this is the fridge logic of mini painting. You're like, oh, it's great, it's amazing, I fired it off, I'm good, I'm done, I've finished painting the mini, and then a little while later you glance at it and you're like, oh no, what have I done? Now, fridge logic in mind, I think you're overstating the issue, because these legs actually look fine. A little sloppy in a spot or two, I mean, maybe, but not really in a noticeable way. This is the Kayvon Shrike that Merlin Models has been working on. That blue-black has come together wonderfully. But it's okay. He fixed it. Whew. Okay. Alright, we'll let it go. It's also an artist issue. Cookie Mama, somebody posted, and I'm sure they're in chat right now and they're going to remind me. It might have been Project Dark Fox. Might have been Kursala. Could have been anybody. I have way too many talented people around me. But, posted something to the effect of, like, you know, artists tend to hate their own work, and it's like you're painting things over and over and waiting for... You're waiting to create something that looks like you didn't do it, like you didn't paint it, like you didn't draw it. But the unfortunate truth we all have to accept is that it's always going to look that way. And this is one of the reasons that I encourage people to post in the Storm Report. Let's pull this up real quick while I talk. Did up a test Mad Cat in the color scheme of my Alina Mercantile Militia introduced in Tamar Rising. Here we have from Squared. That might have been Kursala. And slop is a style choice. Grimnation Hobbies. Thank you for saying that. There is someone on Instagram who goes by Paint My Little World. Now, he hasn't painted much in the last year because he's been getting into software design. But Paint My Little World on Instagram, his style is slop. His style is fuck your blends. His style is like big splorps of color all over the model, and his models look amazing. He doesn't give a shit about blending. He doesn't give a shit about soft transitions. He just puts the color where it needs to go, and his paint jobs are beautiful. A lot of us focus on the wrong things, is all I'm saying. A lot of us focus on the wrong things. I forgot what I was saying before that. Oh, yes, what I was saying before that. This is one of the reasons I encourage people to post to the Storm Report. I keep saying we're our own worst critic. Now, when I say that, what a lot of people think I'm saying is we're harshest on ourselves. And yes, to a degree that is true. And I think an important thing to know. But what I really mean when I say that is you as an artist, and this is, you know, broadly speaking, for some people this is not true, but for most of us I think it is. You as an artist are uniquely unqualified to judge your own work. You know every brush stroke, you know every little thing that you did, you know what you meant to do, you know what you didn't mean to do. And other people don't see what you see. Other people absolutely do not see what you see when they look at your models. So put your models in front of other people. Put your models in front of people that you trust. Put your models in front of artists that you admire. Put your models in front of your peers and ask them, what do you like? Don't guide them. Don't say, like, I fucked this part up. Just put it in front of them and say, what do you see? And that's part of what we do here at the Storm Report, is to just try to see your models through the eye of someone that isn't you. Because you might have developed a painting style all your own and never realized it. I've seen people do that before. There might be something you've done that is fantastic, and you just don't understand it because you didn't mean to do it and you've been staring at it for way too damn long. So I'm telling you people, share your art. Share your art and believe other people when they tell you that it's good, even if you didn't mean to do it that way. This is how we learn, this is how we grow, and this is how we develop. And speaking of developing, look at that green. Look at that green. Ooh, that is lovely. So weathered. Ooh. I haven't read Tamar Rising, obviously. I haven't read any of the new stuff. I think I see a paint chip off the back of one of the pods and coats on top, assuming the white primer is a bit light, but that's it. I don't even see that. I see some nice bright highlights, whether you meant to do them or not. He's got a dirty overall look, and I think that actually kind of lends itself well to it. Lovely focal point with the green right in the middle. I like the blue down the legs, too. Lovely. Just lovely. Still can't believe that my art is starting screen for Teals. He's a good judge, too. He's a fantastic judge. Just like when I saw Matt Plog's rendition of the Borealis, you got to see your own design from a different perspective altogether and realize, yeah, when I saw Matt Plog's version of the Borealis dropship, I was like, this thing might actually be cooler than I gave it credit for. Here we have from Sphere, got the carapace done now, need to clean up the reds and start the final work. God, that blue. We've been talking about making good decisions lately. The grunge is fantastic to Square, particularly on that scale. We've been talking about making good decisions as far as when you start to paint the model. Here's an example of some good decisions. That blue next to that red. Goddamn. Look at how the red goes down into purple, too. Like, there's some lovely variation here, and this is all relatively simple work. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm seeing airbrushing and dry brushing here for the most part. But this is what a model can look like without doing a lot of work when you make the right choices to start with. And know why you're painting a model when you're making those choices. Know your reasons. Again, this is something we've been talking about over on Matt Yee's stream a lot lately. He put a lot of work into his gits, and Matt, your gits look fucking fantastic when you zoom in on them with a camera. But most people are never going to do that. Most people are going to look at the table and see this mass of gobos, and at that range, the colors, they just become kind of little triangles. Make good choices and put your effort where it needs to be. But don't let that stop you from doing what you want to do, because honestly, if you feel that you would be enriched by spending a whole lot of time painting every little detail on a Horde army, there's no reason not to do that either. I'm just saying, know why you're doing what you're doing. This is maybe my great endeavor when it comes to mini painting. This is the thing that I want the most for myself. When I put the brush down and I paint something, I just want to know why I'm doing everything that I'm doing. I want to be making choices and not just flinging paint and hoping for the best, you know? People hate their own art because it looks like they made it. They think that if they get better, it'll look like someone else made it, but there's no point where you stop being you. People hate the most valuable thing about their art. That's it, Kursala. That's it right there. This is gorgeous. That's fucking gorgeous, Sphere. That is crazy. Yeah, don't do a lot of detail on gaunts. I have 90 of them I have to get through. And this is the thing, like, quantity has a quality all its own. What do we call it? We call it the regiment effect, because the other phrase that I learned for it a long time ago is sexist and terrible. And demeaning. But yeah, the regiment effect. You take a whole bunch of troops with really simple paint jobs and you put them together in a big mass and your eyes can't see any of them individually. You see them as a mass, you pick up the biggest details on them, and you're like, this looks amazing, even if it's like 2 colors mostly dry brushed. Making the right choices from the get-go. Oh my god. Sheza took a screenshot. Well, I mean, you know, they can deepfake anything these days. You know, that's not proof of anything. Here we have from POW Rogue, quick little paint job. Gonna add some more shading to some gradients. This is a nice looking little Irby. Little splashes of red. Can I just say that of all the things that pop out to me on this, first of all, I like how it's kind of a dirty, warm white. Good shading on your panels here. What pops out to me is this lovely, cool metallic with that red stripe. That looks good. This for me is the focal point of this mini right here. You have another good one right here with this orange panel, but this part of the Irby, the autocannon. I love the color balance with the base too. Orange on top of the head, orange below the feet. It creates kind of a nice little color sandwich. I'm digging it. Don't curb the Irby. Lovely work, POW Rogue. Here we have from... who's that? Oh, that's Mech Priest Chris. Oh, a little look at the process I've been through with my bust of Silco from Arcane. Really regret not taking a nice shot after the first paint day. Really close now. Just some tidying hair and stuff around the back, the thankless bits of the model. I mean the parts that I will often leave completely unpainted. First of all... Alright, so... broadly speaking, great job here, particularly on the shadowing on the face for this final version. I think what I like the most is how much color is in this shadow. Cool shadows, warm highlights. does that ever work. Like, really pay attention to how much color is in this shadow. More than you would think. But I like the value sketch. I like, just on a personal level, I like the value sketch here. This is a delight to me. Value sketching is one of my personal favorite techniques to indulge in when I'm painting. I spent about a year doing almost nothing but value sketching minis and then glazing in colors, and it's something that I think I might try to return to late this year, maybe next year, because it was very, very educational as far as how volumetric lighting works. But I mean, like, even over here, we can see that from the value sketch, we've begun glazing more colors into the shadows, and then it gets more saturated by the time we get over here. Oh my lord. Look at that. That's beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. Aaron, you can be. It's the thing, it's just practice. It's just practice. There are artists out there who are prodigies. Are there people out there who pick up a brush and they start painting and it all just comes easy to them? They do it right the first time. I mean, you know, sure, Van Gogh did the Hands of the Peasants, but they're one in a fucking million, man. We can't rely on being those people. You just gotta practice. Pay attention to the right things. Paint smarter, not harder. And we got some great examples around here. We really do. Even Wapple isn't Wapple in that sense, Grim Nation Hobbies. James Wapple is who he is because he's been painting for like 30 years without stopping. That's why, like, when you look at Wapple's work and you go, this is amazing, I'd like to be this good. Paint for 30 years. And then it'll all come as easy to you as it does to him, baby. He is an inspiration. The fact that he takes his... Okay, admittedly, he's always been pretty good, Grim Nation. I'm not going to argue with you on that point. But he is as good as he is now because he took an innate understanding and he grew on that foundation into something that is just amazing. But the best thing about Wapple is that he takes that knowledge and he goes out of his way to share it with us. I love Wapple streams. I love his Patreon. He's such an incredible artist. Such an incredible artist and so inspirational. What was the company that made the Star Wars Darth Vader miniatures? So you can find those now from Atomic Mass Games, Aaron Heath. You're looking for that specific Vader is the Operative Darth Vader in their Star Wars Legion line of minis. That's what you're looking for. He also went to art school. Yeah, that definitely helps. It definitely helps. So old he was at John the Baptist Priest. He's so old that most of his Lord of the Rings references are to the Rankin Bass version. Some people are prodigies, but the best ones don't stop with their natural talent. Damn right. This is fucking gorgeous, Mac Priest Chris. Like I said, though, my personal favorite, I love this value sketch. This value sketch is such a beautiful study in light. I love it. The final product, or near final product, is gorgeous, but this excites me. Absolutely excites me. Coming down here we have from Bridget Wolf. You guys make cool stuff with your 3D printers. I make cool stuff out of festively colored dead trees. Oh my god. This origami model, originally designed by Paper Kawaii, is called an infinity box. A modular model that interlocks each piece of the model to form this cool rotating pattern inside the box and out. My old pal Siberia seems to like it very much as he nestles in for a tiger nap. Oh, he's a little cute little fella here. Oh my god. Ah. It's like looking at an M.C. Escher painting for me. I want to understand it, but I don't. Yeah, this is... Oh my god. This is like... Oh, holy crap. This is like what H.P. Lovecraft used to write about. It's like I'm looking at a square with 5 sides. Oh my god. I mean, it's lovely. But it hurts me. It's damned impressive. Holy crap.
This little cute fella.
Really, really, really nice work, Bridget. Well, I mean, I wish that I had more to add on that. I look at that and I'm just like, descending spirals of madness. Lovely work. Here we have from DFW Dwegham. I made an art. Matt Yee doesn't get this reference. And that's what's sad. Really, at the end of the day. It just makes me sad. Personally, I love it. But, you know, I am a bit of a cinephile. A bit of a cinephile. Yee! Okay, here we have from Silent Meister, a work in progress just to show how my project is going. Currently a 22-inch board, hoping to make enough to fill a 36-inch frame. Oh my lord. I like this. I like the constraints that you've imposed on this, and God knows I always love seeing my own work printed out. What else have we got in here? It looks like we have... Let me see. This is all Hextech. I don't recognize this guy. Hextech. This... Are these Steel Warrior or are these Raining Fire? I can't tell from the top. These might be Steel Warrior's commercial pack. But I'm not sure without being able to see them from the side. Oh yeah, a little donut shop, isn't it? Yeah. Awesome. Really, really nice work on this. I'm glad people like this so much. This is the full Steel Warrior box going on here. This looks fantastic. Silent Meister, I cannot wait to see some paint getting slapped down on these bad boys. I like how you've used the road system too. I think it's funny. I really thought that the 3-lane, or the 4-lane 3-hex roads were going to be the most popular, and everybody seems to like the 2-laners. Just goes to show I should not guess what people are going to use just because it's what I want. Bad form. Bad form. Lovely looking box. Really good looking prints. Yeah, I want to see that 36 by 36, baby. Started printing the Battletech Simple Hex Hills. Thank you so much for these, DMK Wizard. I hope you enjoyed them. There's one hill. I'm just going to admit it right now. There's one hill in that pack. I made like 68 hills. There's one hill that is wrong, and I didn't notice it until today. There's one hill that needs to have one hex at one different elevation, and it just came to me, and I'm like, fuck. I have to issue a correction. But it'll get out there. It'll get out there. You guys will be able to print it. It's very unlikely that it was the first one you did. It's one of the larger hills. Just so frustrating. So frustrating. Just want to show the prints in action. Silent Meister, thank you. I always love seeing my own work. I always love seeing my own work. Yeah, it's one hex and it's one elevation. It could be worse. I'll fix it. Single alleys in between. Yeah, I noticed that. You got a little bit of extra spacing there. Hang on. Let me see. Want some traditional Asian buildings, pagodas, torais, yurts. Yeah, I've considered doing something like that, WJ. It may come around because on my project plate for a while has been culture-specific Battletech buildings. Slightly science fiction-y versions of like brutalist German architecture for the Lyrans, traditional Japanese architecture for the Koreans, traditional Chinese architecture for Lao. I don't know, like fucking McDonald's for the Free World's Guard. Like I don't know what the Free World's Guard would be culturally other than just kind of Western. Maybe British. You could do like some traditional British architecture for maybe Davion, you know? Yeah. It's true, Data Nerd, but the thing is, it's gonna fucking bother me until I fix it. You know? It's like when I tell people, you don't have to paint the chest eagle on the Space Marine because the bolter's going to go in front of it. And they're like, fuck you, I'm going to paint it anyway. Like, yeah, you don't have to paint the inside of the Rhino. Fuck you, I'm going to paint it anyway. It's the same. It's the same issue. Polygon Masterworks made the Free Worlds League like Teutonic Knights theme. See, I don't see that. The Free Worlds League are... I don't know what cultural stereotype they would adhere to, but I don't see it being Teutonic. They're too democratic for that. They're like pirate-style democracy. I'm not sure exactly what they would be. That's why I get kind of like maybe a British theme, or like a colonial British theme from them. Davian waffles between UK and North America during the various editions, so both? Yeah, something like that. Gus Schultz got some color on the dock, now tweaking the color a bit. About 75% happy with my first attempt at OSL. Gus Schultz, how is this your first attempt at OSL? for as incredibly talented painter as you are, and as good a job as you did. Oh, I love how saturated our yellows are here. It's already giving me the feeling that we're looking at like an oil flame more than anything else. We're definitely looking at a light being cast from a fire, something burning. This isn't cold, this isn't halogen, this isn't anything like that. Oh, man, oh man. Trinity Worlds in the Free Worlds League needs to be southwestern US / northern Mexico. Oh, so just really, really tacky. Oh, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I'd buy that. DMK Wizard, without going into a whole lot of details or knowing your situation, my strongest recommendation, with an asterisk, would be the Elegoo Neptune 2. I've got 2 of them. I love them. Steel Warrior Studios has something like 50 of them. He absolutely loves them. I would recommend jumping into the 3D printing channels on the Thunderhead Studio Discord and putting that question out there to get a few more opinions. But broadly speaking, I would say the Elegoo Neptune 2 is a great starting place. It's one of my favorite, bang for your buck consumer level printers. Lots of Adobe and plaster. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, Gimishkar, yes? Yeah, I'd say so. Gus, I really, I can't wait to see the culmination of this piece. It's so cool. All handmade. Unfucking believable work, man. 75% happy. Shit, I would call that done. God, my standards are lower. Holy hell. Here we have from Project Dark Fox. Veterans of the stream may recognize this model. When I was first fighting bad paint, then Riot Sister delivered me a huge batch of usable colors from Reaper. Then I got into a painting funk because my commissions took priority and medicine-induced tremors are making it really hard. Happens to the best of us. Off my bed since November, tremors have subsided to their natural state, back at the paint after some anxiety dealing with other commissions. Know that feeling too. Now I'm fighting my brushes, because a few of the ones I have are still from the early aughts. Fuck me, gonna have to buy some Game Envies. I do like Game Envy brushes quite a lot for the price. Anyway, the model has been decensored with a painted-on bikini, because leaving it in full view of my wife is asking for trouble or awkwardness at best. Yeah, there's a certain point where it's like, it's beautiful, it's art. And they're like, yeah, is it though? We're not yet finished, as I want to ensure said bikini doesn't look haphazardly painted on, with shading and shit. Well, no, don't do shit. We got a long ways to go. Model and print credit to Commissar Elusive. Oh, that's coming together nicely. Very, very nice. And yeah, the paint coats are going down a lot smoother now, Project Dark Fox. And this is what I mean. You can learn to paint with Apple Barrel, but miniature paints are so damn well formulated. They take so much of the work out of it. Good looking print overall. And yeah, a little bit of shading, some black lining around the edges to separate the fur from the bikini. Yeah, it does feel like years ago. I mean, it is over a year ago, to be fair, at the very least, Riot Sister. Apple Barrel was not doing well on it, still using it for my miniatures, ironically. That's what I'm saying. You can learn to use it. It's a big pain in the ass. The thing is, painting art in general, it has so many variables, both in materials and in the people doing it. There's no one answer for anyone, but I like to suggest people don't fight their tools as much as possible. Here we have from Grimcore LP. Amber Bust from Great Grimoire. 2.5 hour stream, all in oils, of course. Oh, this is Grim Nation. Yeah. Almost certainly. The skin tones are nice. We definitely have some purples worked in there. I really, really like the flower pot. I don't know why that... these two bits are jumping out at me, and I think it's the little splashes of green that are echoed a little bit in the sort of bright yellow-green we have in the eyes. Yeah, I thought so, Grim Nation. I thought so. Really digging the fur, too. The red hair came out nicely. I love the highlighting on the hat. Oof. It's the green that's jumping out at me, though. We have so many warm tones, and they all work together so well. The wrap across the chest has some really good shading and depth to it. And then these two splashes of green echoed in the eyes. They just do so much to kind of draw the eye to these focal points and keep the warm colors from overwhelming one another. There's so much balance in this piece. Lovely. And doing this over one stream, beautiful. Beautiful Grim Nation hobbies. I need more practice. I need more practice with oils. I specifically need more practice with skin tones and oils, because I'm That's a big weakness. That is a big weakness of mine, Grim Nation. Thank you for sharing your work with us today. I always love seeing oil work in the Storm Report. Here we have from Automat Americana. Finished my ball turrets for the 4 Gauss rifles. Ball. As well as 4 searchlights, 2 front-mounted, 1 on each side. Between that and the trio of my standard model tracker balls for the listed optics, this beast is nearly done. All that's left to do is the final detailing and greebling. Then, we wait. I don't print it all myself, so I'll have to rely on others to test print for me. Same as if I want any of my own models, but after final detailing, I will finally tell Thunderhead what this thing is and where to find its record sheet. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be fucking massive from everything that I've seen at this point. This is ridiculous. I want to see this thing just hovering over a damn table. Put real by the time we get to this scale, you should just put real fans in it, make it a fucking quadcopter, and fly it around the table with a remote. Why the hell not? Hyper Chibi, welcome in. Welcome in. We're towards the end of the stream right now, but you are absolutely welcome. I'm not sure what they sent you here for, but if it was for art, broadly speaking, and miniature painting in a more narrow focus, it's probably the right place. Plus, we got, like, really, really stupid jokes a lot of the time. It's a damn cool sculpt, Automat, and I can't wait to see it enter physical reality. Here we have from Sumitha, randomness today, Titanic Thursday, fuck it, Titanfall Day, sorta-ish, kinda whatever. While the latest offerings from Joy Toy have God, what a name for a company, have kinda gone off the rails in my opinion. These last few that I picked up have been really nice additions to the set. I'll be honest, because my easily tempted nature, I'm kinda grateful for the latest models that the latest models they've created don't appeal to me. I know that feeling too. Means I won't be spending money. This is not a bad thing. I was a bit surprised how quickly the last order showed up. I've had the Iron Wrecker 03 for a while, but only recently ordered the 04 and it showed up today. Along with the 04 came something of a departure from what I've been getting from the company. Anywho, remember what I said about being easily tempted? Well, the fuckers had to make a Mecha Dragon damn near in the Dreadnought Battlecore black and red livery. It's the only way it could have been any more blatantly appealing is if the eyes had been green, but the yellow looks phenomenal. Mechadurg even transforms into a form of large speeder bike thing. Sure, why the fuck not? Complete with rider. But the rider's a different scale than the pilots of the Mecha version I've been collecting, so she stays in the box for now. Anywho, here's the Iron Wrecker 03 Urban Mecha and the Crimson Saluk Flame Dragon Cavalry, aka Mechadurg. Sadly, the photo doesn't really do these two justice. What photo does? Oh, I like this guy. I like this. This is actually pretty cool. And it transforms into a bike, because why the fuck not, right? Yeah, absolutely. Do Draw a Lot was recently hired as a color artist for a fan series. You're in good company, Hyper Chibi. We have a... We probably have a better art community associated with this stream over in the Discord than I have any right to lay claim to. For whatever reason, a lot of very talented artists have entered a sort of orbit around me and crashed into one another, creating projects that would never have occurred to me in the first place. It's a great place to be. It was me. It was me all along, Barry. This is a good scale for these minis too, and yeah, he has like kind of a plate carrier vibe to these front panels on here. I like the missile launchers kind of up leaned into the shoulders. You know what I want, Sumitha? Sumitha, you know what I want. I want to see them all together. This just in is a more fitting here than ever, literally just arrived and got unboxed. For those interested, this is what you get when you pick up one of these Joy Toy mecha figures styled like Titanfall Titans, which they very much are. This is the Iron Wrecker Firepower 04, fitting enough, as it is definitely not packing light. New style of rotary cannon is really nice, and the shield with the big 04 on it actually has a folding bottom third of its surface to make a barrier wall. Oh, that's cool. Hence how it's standing up on its own. Looking forward to getting this assembled and posed, but like most of them, it's going to take a while. Hard to see, but right hand flipping the bird to demonstrate finger articulation. On a side note, unlike the first Iron Wrecker kit that I got, the white 02 version Iron Wrecker, these last two are roughly as big as the BT7274 figure, and have the kind of bulk I expected from the start of this particular series of figures. They go right alongside the rest of the figures really well. Even now, I have to say that I think the very first figure I got from this entire line, the God of War 86 that I call GW8686, is still the nicest figure of the line. But that being said, these last two are fighting hard for that spot. Completed assembling this figure and have taken photos, but apparently just one TGI redemption per Storm Report. Yes, but we will see it on the next one. He's got a nice shape to his torso. This guy overall has a really nice shape to his torso. I like how it comes out and circles around kind of like a gorget around the head unit there. The rotary cannon is nice and bulky, and yeah, that shield is actually pretty cool. Damn. These are incredibly detailed and really, really cool kits. It was me. I was the turkey all along. Oh, Gimishkar, you get me, man. You get me. There's something about the particular angles on his torso and the missile launchers. This is a very, very pleasing mecha. Rubberized ammo feed isn't... Oh, that's a good idea. Yes, you can bend it any which way you need to, huh? That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, Sumatha. Thank you for sharing those badass mechs with us. Here we have from the Happy Heretics some cute little nurglings. Oh, go, go, go. Where did the cute nurgling thing come from? What? I'm kidding. There's the cute nurgling has been a thing for a while, but it's like only recently did Games Workshop really kind of decide to lean into it. I guess it's been a few years. God, time keeps passing. Time just keeps on passing. Look at this disgusting bunch of little weirdos tearing out their guts and licking them. Nice use of some very gory red colors on these bad boys. Time flies when you're having fun, or in a coma, which is... Wait, is that what's been going on this whole time? Am I, like, living out an M. Night Shyamalan plot? God, I hope not. Ugh, I hope my life is better written than that. There's some adorable little shits. I love the use of the sort of yellow-green for the eyes, just to give them a little bit of pop. You don't want to get too complex with figures like this, because there's so much detail you can get lost in it. So you pick a few good colors to contrast with one another. A nice flesh tone, really nasty red gore, a little beady yellow eyes and the white horns. That works. That works real damn well, Happy Heretic, but that is gonna bring us to the end of the Storm Report and the end of tonight's stream. Let's figure out who we're raiding tonight. Somebody's doing something. I'm seeing 8-Bit Sweater. I am seeing Commander Mittens. I'm seeing Steep T. I'm seeing Punished Fink doing some battle tech. I'm gonna raid Commander Mittens. Let's raid Commander Mittens. We haven't had a chance to raid her since she got back. Her house was her home, her whole area was flooded a little while back, but she is back at the painting desk and is one of my favorite painters on Twitch. She's very bubbly, very friendly, incredibly talented, uses very, very achievable techniques, and never hesitates to answer questions, which I think is an important feature of a good paint streamer. So let's go ahead and get that going. I know some of you are probably about to turn in for the night. It can get a little late around here, but if you feel like doing me a favor, stick around for just a few minutes, go with the raid, check out Commander Mittens' stream, see if it's the kind of stream you want to follow, because honestly it's one of my favorites, and she's a great fucking person, and follows are free. Ladies and gentlemen, locusts and gentlemex, a huge thank you to everybody who came out to join me tonight. Tonight has been a pretty good stream. I'm really, really happy with where this Vader is wound up. I think he's got 1 or 2 touches left. I'm going to go ahead and take some pictures tonight and see how I feel about it. I'm going to let that fridge logic set in. I'm going to wait for the problem to jump out at me before I completely call it done. Thank you all for your assistance in this. Oh, Kaylee, and thank you for the reminder. Thank you for your assistance in determining how that OSL was going to work out. We will be back Sunday the 6th. We're going to be painting some Conquest Household Knights. I'm not done with my militia. I don't give a shit. We're going to paint some knights. It's going to be fun. Tuesday the 8th, we'll be doing some 28mm sci-fi terrain in acrylic. Real simple painting techniques. Lots of dry brushes and washes. Thursday the 10th, we're back to single figure focus in oil. It's probably going to be a Warcaster figure this next time. I'm going to take a small break before we go into Vader number 3. Huge thank you as always to everybody who contributed to the Storm Report. And a huge thank you, as always again, to my amazing mod team. I'll see you next time. Keep on painting.